I love it. I love seeing all of you in this room. My name is Minetta White. I'm the Executive Director and CEO here at MoAD. I want to thank you all for being here with us today for our Engage Symposium. The Engage Symposium is an annual event demonstrating MoAD's long-term commitment to education. This year's Engage Symposium is inspired by the new Black Vanguard, where you will hear from our esteemed guests and artists about photography, fashion, and Black representation. Now, he's running a very tight ship, so I'm going to bring him up next. I would like for everyone, it is my honor to welcome our Senior Director of Education, Demetri Broxton.
Thank you, Minetta. Yes, we want to start on time so we can end on time and keep everyone's schedules. Welcome, my name is Demetri Broxton. I'm the Senior Director of Education here at MoAD, and this is MoAD's 5th annual Engage Symposium. Panelists, if y'all would, we have reserved seats for you at the front. This is exciting after a few years of us not having this and then attempting a virtual one last year, which has some success, but it's really exciting to be back here in person with you all. I'm going to start off with a statement. So at MoAD, we remember that all non-native people to this land are settler occupiers, many brought against our will. We in San Francisco acknowledge the Ramaytush Ohlone people of this land that we live and work on. We acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. It was never given up. We also acknowledge the continued legacy of systemic racism stemming from the historic inequalities of genocide and enslavement that equally require a process of truth and reconciliation in our nation. I want to thank our event sponsors, the Yerba Buena Community Benefit District and Westridge Foundation, all of you who purchased tickets today, and last but not least, all of MoAD's members. Being a member of MoAD allows us to offset the costs of events like today's symposium, our public programs, exhibitions, and also to provide free or low-cost education programs. Members are vital to MoAD's existence and sustainable future. If you're not currently a member, I urge you to consider speaking to the ladies at the front desk and opening a membership with us today. You can also find membership information on our website. So each year, the Engage Symposium at MoAD takes inspiration from the exhibitions on view in our galleries. This year's event highlights themes in both the new Black Vanguard, photography between fashion and art, curated by Antwaun Sargent, and the work of MoAD Emerging Artists Program awardee, Ashley Ross, which is right here in the room that you're standing in, which we call the Salon. Both exhibitions center photography and the diversity of Black identities. This symposium is only possible because of the beautiful and brilliant group of panelists who graciously agreed to participate in this year's program. We have 3 panels, each inspired by themes addressed in the new Black Vanguard exhibition: fashion, photography, and Black representation. MoAD is a globally focused museum with a lens that is particular to our location in San Francisco. So we decided to organize a symposium around panelists with a California connection. Most of our panelists either live or work in California or have deep connections to the West Coast. We'll begin our day with the keynote from Antwaun Sargent. Sargent is a writer, editor, curator, and director at Gagosian. He is the author of the new Black Vanguard, Photography Between Art and Fashion, from Aperture in 2019, and the editor of Young, Gifted, and Black, A New Generation of Artists, from DAP in 2020. His writing appeared in the New York Times, The New Yorker, GQ, and museum and gallery publications for artists Mickalene Thomas, Arthur Jafa, Maleko Mogosi, Nick Cave, Yinka Shonibari, and Ed Clark, among many, many others. The exhibitions, the new Black Vanguard and Young, Gifted, and Black, were both organized in 2019 and are currently on tour. So without much ado, it is my pleasure to welcome Antwaun Sargent.
Thanks for having me and thanks for the introduction. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's like so much stuff up here. I'm Antwaun Sargent. I'm the editor of the new Black Vanguard, Photography, Teen Art, and Fashion, and the curator of the exhibition. And I wanted to thank Moneta for inviting me. I want to thank the museum and the artists who are in the room for being a part of the project. In 2018, I got a call from Aperture Foundation asking if I would do a book and what would it be? If so, what would it be? And, I was someone who grew up on the internet and someone who, believed deeply in photography and Black artists. And I was seeing, all of these photographers from around the world, Black photographers from around the world who were relatively young, making these images on iPhones, with, digital cameras, some with analog cameras, but all were sort of driving towards the same sort of point, right? Which was sort of using, sort of the space between sort of art and fashion to sort of think about Black desire, think about Black beauty, think about Black representation, but also think about community, right? And so these images weren't just sort of like, typical fashion images, and they weren't typical sort of quote, art images, right? Or traditional art images. They sort of existed in this liminal space, and they were using sort of family members and members from communities and objects and, to think about sort of the contemporary, but also rooted in sort of notions of history, right? There's some artists were thinking about, modernist, painters, right, from the 1950s and 1940s, and thinking about sort of the experience of Black people moving north, right? Transmuting that into sort of their own sort of aesthetic or style. Others, like Awol, who's with us in the room, we're thinking, me and Awol have sort of been in conversation for at least the last 10 years now, have been friends and collaborators. And, I remember sort of like in 2011, 2012, when we were sort of starting to have conversations about his work and, sort of these same questions about sort of like, how do you think about sort of Black representation and Black identity, but do it in sort of through our generation's lens, right? And so, fast forward several years, getting the opportunity to do New Black Vanguard, I sort of went back to those conversations that me and Awol sort of having and seeing some of those conversations play out. Photographers or artists who were just a little bit younger than us, and I wanted to sort of make sure that we're having a full conversation. And so in the exhibition and the book, what you have really are these portfolios of each of the 15 artists who are featured, but then you have this sort of situating of those images in their thinking in the now, but also in the sort of recent historical past, right? And so not only does this book, I hope, it is the hope of the curator, sort of think about sort of this moment, right? But also think about the ways in which we've come upon this moment, right? And so when you're a curator or writer sort of working in a contemporary, sort of space, very sort of find scholarship around certain artists, right? And so and to sort of give an example, you would often sort of think about sort of Malik Sidibe, right? The African photographer. But he was always in sort of the retelling or sort of our historical, the museum sort of context in which it's presented. He's always sort of presented in some ways distant from fashion, right? Like it's about sort of all these things, and then fashion is just sort of this one element, right? Or a small element, or sort of this thing that critics or curators or, art historians had gazed over, right? Or as if it wasn't a serious sort of thing. And for me, I wanted to sort of bring, folks like Malik Sidibe and others into this context in a way that felt more, at least to me, appropriate to what we were seeing in those images, right? And honor the sort of history of what it means for what it has meant for Black people to get up and put on clothes as an act of visibility, as an act of representation, as an act of sanity, as an act of personhood, right? And so the book and the exhibition, in a lot of different ways, there are these conversations that happen I call them intergenerational dialogues. And so you have folks, for example, like Deb Willis Thomas, who has, done a lot to build the field of sort of Black portraiture, and someone like Tyler Mitchell, who was her student, right? And so just sort of making visible some links that we might not always sort of know if you don't know those two people, right? And sort of thinking about how someone like Deb is sort of thinking about photography in a very particular sort of historicized way, but then can pass that knowledge on to someone like Tyler, who's sort of thinking about it in this extraordinarily contemporary way, right? And so I say that to say that, the discussions that will happen today with some of the artists that are in the book and others who, there's, fashion photographer or fashion designer and scholars, is going to be a real way to sort of continue to sort of the conversations. The new Black Vanguard is, for me, first and foremost, an act of community, and an act of witness. And so, as I'm sure, if you haven't seen the exhibition, as you sort of move through the exhibition, the wall texts are very key because it becomes for me, it was a naming project. And so not only do you have the photographer, but you also have the model, you often have the stylist, you also have the fashion designer, you often have, we've tried the hair and makeup, like we had tried to make sure that, if we're talking about, notions of representation or notions of visibility, that we're actually sort of doing the work, in sort of not only sort of saying this is the image and, but sort of saying, well, who's in the image? How were the sort of gestures, whether the clothes, the dress, the movement of the figure that you might come upon, or objects in the case of Awol Erizku's still lives. How were those decisions made, and who were making those decisions, right? And so for me, it really was a way to again name and give representation to not only to photographers, but also to the subjects and folks that the community that comes together to make an image, right? So one of the great things about contemporary photography, they're all constructions, right? Constructions of desire, constructions of beauty, but the physical image itself is being constructed, right, from a point of view. And so I wanted to make sure when we were thinking about the decisions around, creating the book and the exhibition, that some of that construction was visible, right? So when you sort of came upon All label, right, you were sort of getting two things. You're getting a quote from the artist talking, stating their intent, but then you're also getting an opportunity to know exactly who from the community had helped in the construction of the image. And for me, I think that's important because there's a history. If you think about, well, at least I was thinking about someone like Gordon Parks, right? And I was really, sort of in the research for the book, I was really sort of frustrated because, Gordon Parks had made all these images for Vogue, right? And he was the first Black photographer, to shoot for Vogue, right? In the middle of the last century, but none of those images. There's a few of them that are attributed to him, but most of them are not, right? Because at that time, with the status of photography, giving sort of image makers an opportunity to name their work was just not a part of magazine culture, right? And so for me, some of those images are just sort of lost to the archive, right? And I wanted to make sure that, like, if we were sort of at the time, the book was sort of the first of its kind, and now, thank God, there are sort of just many more of them. Many of the photographers that were graciously a part of this project have their own books now, and many more of them are making books currently. But I think I come back to this idea of naming because, often we, use words like representation and although it is a extraordinarily important concept, there are pitfalls within it, right? And I want to make sure that there's if I sort of think about sort of the things that I would have done differently with the book, there are many, but I think that the promise of it is trying to sort of is not just sort of doing the book, doing and saying the work is done, but sort of continually to sort of do this work and continually to work with photographers, work with new photographers. And to that extent, that's how, in the exhibition, often when you sort of do an exhibition, it's sort of settled and it's set and it's done. And for me, because the image makers were of my generation, and even Gen Z, so the generation after me, I wanted to make sure that it was a living sort of document, if you will. And so as the exhibition has traveled, from New York to Australia to the Middle East to Europe and across America and now MoAD, I wanted to make sure that the salon wall changed, in a way that allowed for, some local photographers, other image makers that who might have, emerged in that time of the exhibition to also be included, as a way to sort of show that, like, this is an ongoing story. It's not a finite sort of thing, and that, when I think about the new Black Vanguard, I really do think about it as a community that is expanding and growing, and I wanted to have that reflected in some way in the exhibition, right? Which is probably not standard curatorial practice, but it just felt right to me, right? And it felt, because I get all these messages on like Instagram or an email, and they're like, well, why wasn't I in the new, because we have this tendency to sort of, make for me, it's not. This is not a moment of precarity. This is a moment of ever sort of expanding possibility. And I think that, like, some of those image makers that reached out, I was like, well, let's put your image in the show. And not as like a flippant thing, but as an opportunity to say that, like, these spaces are what we make them, right, and what we need of them, right, and so but it was also sort of a charge, right. I wasn't sort of setting out, and the image makers or Aperture weren't sent out to sort of make a definitive project, right. It was really sort of as a way to reorient our, sort of the museum or institutional art world's attention to a group of artists who were working in a way that they might have felt, until this project sort of launched, was outside of, sort of the ways in which traditional thinking around photography has developed and has been deployed in our institutions and and when I say institutions, I think about museums and magazines and sort of the way in which advertising, the way in which we come upon images. And so, like that, because, again, this thing where historically, Black photographers were sort of asked to choose between, being a commercial photographer and doing commercial work, or doing art, having an art practice, art photography. And the reason, earlier when I spoke about Awol, like, he was one of the first photographers of my generation who was like, I'm not sort of interested in those lines, right? And he was sort of more interested in blowing their lines. And then, several years later, to see all these photographers, again, with no connection. I mean, you have image makers like Diarra Bousso, who's working in Lagos. You have, someone like Arielle Bobb Willis, at the time was in New York, now in Los Angeles. You have, Campbell Addy in London. You have, you just have really sort of these image makers sort of doing their work, in the way that artists do, which is, sort of in a siloed sort of way. But there was this common sort of thing, that sort of tied them, at least in my mind, together. And I wanted to make sure that, that as that moment was happening, that we had an opportunity to comment on that moment, because very often, when it comes to sort of Black artists, we don't sort of react in the moment around sort of what they're doing and the sort of the shifts that they're making in culture. I was joking yesterday that whenever Black people win awards, it's never for the thing that they should have won awards for. Like, it's always like, it's like, we'll give Denzel, or whoever, the award because we know they deserve the award. But is it for that piece of work? Like, I'm always sort of interested in that, and I wanted to, for me, take the opportunity to honor the photographers in the moment. And, one of the questions that kept coming up was, well, how do you, like, they're so young, like, how do you know, like, if they're going to still be image makers or whatever? And I go, well, that's not really the point for me. Like, these are creative people who are making images now, and if they want to sort of move on and do other, I mean, some of them, it's like there's one who's in, this one of the salon walls now, he's a DJ, and it's like, fine, like I don't think that, like, the way that we historically have looked at sort of artistic practice is the way in which we need to continue to look at artistic practice. And so the new Black Vanguard is an opportunity for us to look at images in a new way. It's an opportunity for us to think about, sort of emerging Black creativity in new and different ways. And for me, it really is a way for us to sort of think about the ways in which we're, as a community, really constructing and memorializing our own image. The last thing I'll sort of say before I turn it over, because I'm sure I'm now like way beyond, I'm so beyond time here. Once I start, I just can't stop, it seems. But I'll be around, and if you have any questions, please. Is that, it's this question of, I keep going back and forth with this question of, like, what does representation means now and who does it mean to? And there's a lot of debates, but, me, Arielle, and Awol were just walking through the exhibition, and, Awol said that, if, someone came in to see this show, a young Black kid came in to see the show, it'd be one of the, I'm paraphrasing Awol, so don't kill me, but, it would be so cool, for them to see not only these images of people that look like them, but images in sort of Blackness in sort of sort of a multiplicity of Blackness, right? And for me, this book and this project or any of the work that I do is not about sort of pigeonholing Blackness as one particular thing. It's about it's about representations, right? It's about desires, it's about beauties, it's about sort of thinking from different vantage points from around the diaspora, and allowing those vantage points to have equal opportunity and weight in space. And so I wanted to thank the museum for organizing the exhibition, for bringing it to San Francisco, and for all the artists for 5 years later continuing to allow their work to be in the show and to continue to engage with the publics who come upon and see their images. Thank you so much for being here.
We'll do some Q&A.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Sorry, I wanted to. I'm also happy to take some questions. I wanted to stick to the schedule. Sorry.
If anyone has questions, oh, I thought that was a hand.
Yeah, if there is, I'm happy to take a couple. Yeah.
In regards to the book making,
Say your name, sorry,
oh, yes.
so we can.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Lisa. I'm curious in regards to your book making progress. Did you have a hard time curating and getting the templates together? Did you feel like you were really supported by Aperture in that process, or was that pretty self-driven in the template design and the curation of what images and what order, all that stuff?
I think Aperture is probably one of the, in terms of in terms of photo books, I think they are one of these sort of, they have a history, right, of being one of the great publishers of photo books. And, my editor, Leslie Hinkson, is, sort of one of the best in the business. And so in terms of I remember, we did this book very quickly because I remember getting a call in October 2018 about it. And then the book came out in October 2019. And came out in October 2019. And I had never made a book before. And so Arielle was just telling me oh, remember you just sent me an email and said, hey, would you want to be a part of this book? It was really sort of how else do you ask people? I was sort of I've never done this before, and I just, I'll email her. And I say that to say that I sort of went through hundreds of Instagram profiles, magazines, books. I mean, it was really sort of like hunker down, 7 months, let's go. And I just went through rounds and rounds and rounds of editing. And then once we sort of selected photographers, then the photographers and I and Leslie and with Leslie went through sort of like what made sense in terms of a flow for their for each of their sort of sections in the book. And so then we did that. And then we came back and like, okay, well, we need some writing. And then I interviewed all of them and wrote these sort of blurbs in the front of the book. And then when we got to sort of the proofing process, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds of proofing. It was really important for me, if we were going to do a book called The New Black Vanguard, to have the book from sort of everybody sort of involved be Black, like in the sense of like the designer too, which was sort of I mean, even to find now we're better, it is better now, but to find a Black book designer, you had there were it was creative director at the time. There's this guy who was a creative director at Apple, right, who had done some books, and who obviously had no time for this sort of project. He was the creative director of Apple, so we reached out to him. Then we reached out to the graphic design departments at Harvard, at Yale, at all of the schools to sort of see if they can send us names. That didn't work. And then I asked friends, and then eventually we found Rush Jackson, who designed the book. Which was also Rush's really first big book project. And so it really was about sort of like us all taking the step together. I didn't really, for me, it wasn't about experience. It was about can we do this together? Can we work together? But in terms of the technical stuff, we proofed this book so many times I can't even tell. I mean, I literally microscope, in there with the lights on and really oh, this needs to be different. And then some of the photographers, because some of this was some of their first sort of published images, right? And so some of them were shooting on iPhones or on it was all sorts of thing. It wasn't they were sort of had figured out what cameras that some had, right, but someone like Awol knows he had. I think Awol was probably the most established in the sense that there were years in he was sort of traditional sort of went to Cooper, went to Yale, went to had the sort of years of sort of photographic practice and experience. And then there were others oh, I just shot this on a iPhone, not even an iPhone, a flip phone sort of camera, or I don't have that file, or this is the only file that I do have, and can we get it big enough to go across the page? So there were all of those sort of conversations, and and we just sort of went with it. It was sort of okay, that picture, and there was a lot of images that I wanted to use that because of the way they were taken, I couldn't use them, or I couldn't make them as big as I wanted to make them. We had a problem with that with. Or not a problem, but because who knew, right? Photographers work the way they work, but it was only a problem for me because I wanted to do something outside of the outside of sort of what the artist's intention was. But with Cool Lemon's images, the Glitter Boy images, if you blow them up any bigger, they just deteriorate. In the sense that you just get so grainy that and so we sort of figured out how to work with that, and then what could we do to so it was really sort of, I learned a lot about photography, the sort of technical aspects of image making, but Aperture was really great, and in that regard very really Leslie knew how to make a book, and had made books with some of the great photographers of our time, right? And so it was sort of a privilege to work with her and sort of get her expertise on that, and then sort of try to apply her expertise to what I was trying to do, which was very different for Aperture, right? I think that, I think in these moments we have to be honest about sort of these organizations. No institution, historic institution, has gotten it right with Black artists, right? And I think that when you sort of, it was like always this conversation. Okay, we're doing this, but what is the commitment here? Like we can do a book, but are you going to also do other books with these photographers? Are you going to also, like it was sort of those conversations were also happening. And I think that I had this conversation with Sarah Lewis, who did Vision and Justice, and who also was last year here. I was saying, okay, so tell me, like, how did she edited the magazine, right? And I was asking her about the process in which she sort of went through, and she called, and we had, I was getting advice and stuff, because I didn't want for this to be some like one-off sort of thing. I wanted the organization just to make a real commitment to Black artists and Black photography. And so those are also conversations that were also happening. They are actually ongoing. Me and Aperture often engage in these conversations, because I think that like beyond this project, I want the organization to succeed, and that was sort of, I was not interested in like what you see a lot of what's happening in the culture, which is like this like moment. I was sort of interested in like, how do we sort of expand on this, And so they're doing several more books, and they've done all types. I mean, even outside of artists in the Black Vanguard, like I'll call and it's like, you have to do a book with this person, and it's not just me. Like there are other, they have an advisory board and they've expanded the board, and I think this is an organization are really sort of doing the work around making sure that like. They don't drop, they don't drop the ball on another. When Carrie Mae Weems comes to you and say, hey, do you want to publish a kitchen table series? And they go, what? Because that happened, like and so like going forward, is sort of like, it's important for us to make sure that we have true partners. And I think Aperture was and continues to be. There's a question back there.
Sorry, just hold on. Because we have live streaming people. We cannot hear you.
Hi, Bill Marino from LA with Artillery Magazine. Are you traveling this show? First of all, congratulations on a stunning show. I was knocked out by what I saw upstairs and on this floor. Is this show going to travel at all, or what is the? Maybe this is a Demetri question. I don't know, but it should.
Yeah, I mean, I can just briefly. The show has been traveling for 5 years, and so there's one other stop in Florida, in Sarasota Museum of Art, and then we will bring it down. But yes. Exactly. This is the last sort of stop on the West Coast. This was supposed to be the last stop, but then COVID sort of threw things, everything out of whack. But yeah, so there'll be one more stop. It was in London. It was nice because it's photography, so you can run shows simultaneously. And so there's at the Saatchi Gallery in London, and it was here at the same time. And so that was really nice to sort of have them up at the same time. And then some folks like Ricky, who I'll be in conversation with tomorrow, who's there, saw the show there, then now is here seeing the show. And so, and it's nice because the show sort of changes in every museum that it's in. And I have liked seeing over the years, seeing how the show has changed and how the different publics sort of interact with the work and with the art. And so it's been traveling, and out of fairness to the artists, I think it's time to bring it down. Because they were, my sort of position is that it's the same thing with the Aperture thing where, like, I have no, I was like, let's do this show. It's great. Let's do this book. And it's nice that it's become sort of this phenomena in this way. But I do think that, like, there are other work that needs to be done in terms of, like, contemporary photography. And that, like, I don't want to run the risk of this show people just institutions, taking the show and it's like, oh, we did it, like MoAD's committed 365 days, a year. Not all institutions are. And so I want to make sure that, like, in sort of declining their invitation to sort of show, what I'm saying is like, how about give this person a show or this person a show? Oh, I'll curate that show, but how about we do that? So like trying to sort of like, again, extend the conversation, because I do think that, like, there's so many more image makers that should be engaged in different ways, and who are not even working in this vein, quite frankly, in this sort of in between, or thinking about art and fashion, but are thinking about other things, that should be also engaged, as we sort of rethink and not even rethink, but just expand on sort of rich histories around sort of Black photographic practice.
You want it to be more than anecdotal.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just had a question. Wanted to hear your thoughts, if you don't mind, about the use of the Black photographer by Beyonce for her Vogue cover, which I guess was one of the first times that had occurred. And then also the controversy with Kamala Harris's Vogue cover, and also, shot by an African-American photographer. Yes. Thank you.
Who's also this exhibition, Tyler Mitchell. Yeah, I have so many thoughts on this sort of conversation. I guess, for me, the first photographer that she sort of, I think the fact that it was Vogue was sort of that's its own, comes with its own sort of set of things, but and not to sort of embarrass Awol, but when Awol did those photos, in some ways, I think that was when he did the photos of her pregnant, and she just sort of, she took them, and she put them on Instagram, right? And that, for me, that was the moment that sort of opened sort of the possibility around how we're going to sort of read images, who's going to control, how we're going to control our likenesses, and how do we sort of come together as a community to create an image and then sort of disseminate that image, right? And then, several years later, Tyler got the opportunity to shoot her for the cover of Vogue, which, was a great moment, culturally, right? Vogue being one of, sort of our, the sort of fashion magazine of record. But I think there are other questions, I think, and there were valid questions in the conversations I've had with Tyler, about, and other photographers, about sort of is this just, will they continue to sort of expand the conversation, around, the image makers that they use, and, when you do a commercial job, there are trade-offs, and at the time, it now feels like, so long ago, but at the time, Tyler was a very unknown, sort of image maker. There was discussions around, people who had, also been sort of making work, and who, I don't know, I feel like, I love those images. I love what Tyler tried to do with those images. I love the sort of the subtle symbolism with the clothesline, with the Alexander McQueen dress, the African tricolors, the sort of Pan-Africanism, I sort of, and I like that they didn't sort of exist as traditional fashion photos, they're sort of slightly out of focus. They were, there were all these things sort of happening in those images that were not necessarily a Vogue, image. And so sort of excited about that. But I was also, it was also sort of a shame, in all those years that that wasn't an opportunity that other folks who surely, should have and could have had that opportunity to also do. That's not to diminish anything that Tyler has done, but it's also just to show. It just goes back to this idea that even when we're being necessarily awarded, we're being slapped in the face in this country. It's what it feels, and I don't know. I think that image was so important because I think it was important in a different way, say from Awol's sort of image, in that it had allowed for a broader sort of opening around sort of Black photo practice. But Anthony Barboza was shooting things as, in the 80s for Vogue, right? Never a cover, but was and so I was like, why are we putting so it was also that question about the weight, right? Why are we putting a weight on a particular cover? And as we sort of celebrate one of our photographers, we need to also be able to also hold those other histories, because if we don't, then we're erasing. So so I think there was there was some really sort of interesting conversations that I think came out of that. And then with the vice president's image, those jobs are really hard, I've had infinite conversations with Tyler about that and his feelings about it, I think that the photo didn't land, and I think that, and I don't think it's her fault and I don't think it's his fault. I just think that there's a complex, I think it's super complex when you're sort of trying to sort of make these representations, you're trying to make sort of Black representations, and you're trying to sort of do something that sort of appeals to everyone, right? And I think that she was there was these firsts, sort of thrown around, and she's the first Black vice president, and then the first one to be on the cover of Vogue, and it's the first Black photographer who's shot. It felt like I don't know. In some ways, it felt if we can get beyond sort of the marketing of it, the first this, the first that, the sort of scarcity, then that image should have been able to exist, because it wouldn't have felt so we got to get this right because it's the first, right? And so I think that because of the pressure around all of that, the image didn't sort of do. I think the moment was misread in a sense, because I think what people wanted was the second image that came out, which was the image of her in the sort of formal, the formal dress of power. Right, and because that was a lot of the conversation. Well, everybody else is in a suit or a dress or in this way. Why is she in her jeans and she wanted to be seen that way. Does that not, you know what I mean? So it's it's also those things as well. As we all know, no image, and I don't sort of care what Vogue says or not. No image of her. I'm sure she had a say in what happened with that cover, and I think that. She was trying, there was something, and there was also the other political sort of part of it, the staged craft, I am, relatable in this way, right, with the sort of use of clothing and all of that, and I think that, I think that everybody misread the moment, to be quite honest, and which is to say that I personally didn't mind it, I was oh, this is sort of, interesting or weird or whatever, weird in the sense that it's outside of what the expectation is, right? Which is to see her in that second image that became a collectible, which is sort of funny because it still goes on to become one of the most collected Vogues, in the history of Vogue, right? And so I think there's a lot of sort of ways to sort of think about it, but I'm always if that's the image that subject and photographer made, I don't think I have a problem with it, in the way that, folks were sort of responding to it.
Thank you so much, Antwaun.
Thanks.
We really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for this amazing exhibition that we've been able to organize this conversation around. Couldn't do it without you, for sure. Yes. Our first panel of the day on fashion is moderated by MoAD's own Diana Tucker. Diana is a conjure artist who believes art, when infused with spirit and intention, has the ability to shift realities. Through her practice as a garment constructor and designer, Diana creates clothing that supports the versions of self that she or her clients want to be in the world. She is the assistant costume designer for Deep Waters Dance Theater's House Full of Black Women, and a performance artist through the mediums of movement, music, and acting. Diana received her bachelor's from Stanford University with honors in the program in African and African American Studies with a thematic emphasis in arts and cultural expression. Diana is joined by Diarra Bousso and Jason Rembert. Diarra Bousso is a serial entrepreneur, creative mathematician, and multidisciplinary artist born in Dakar, Senegal. She is the founder and creative director of the conscious lifestyle brand Diarra Blue. Diarra has showcased her collections during New York and Paris Fashion Weeks and represented Senegal at World Fashion Week Paris. Her work has been featured in Vogue, Forbes, CNN, and the New York Times, amongst others. Diarra recently completed her master's degree in mathematics education at Stanford University with stints at Stanford Graduate School of Business and Stanford Center for Computational Research in Music and Acoustics. Jason Rembert is one of the most influential stylists in both Los Angeles and New York. He works with an impressive list of celebrities, including Mary J. Blige, Bebe Rexha, Issa Rae, Ezra Miller, Zayn Malik, Corday, and Odell Beckham Jr. He creatively styles red carpet moments, magazine covers, and advertising campaigns. While he favors clean looks created by high-end fashion, he is adamant that each of his clients dress according to their own identity. He is also a clothing designer in his own right, as the visionary behind Aliette. Welcome, Diana, and welcome our panelists.
Everybody, well, it's still morning, kind of technically, right? Right, like, talk that. Oh, I have to use my microphone. Yes, good morning. I am so excited to be sitting on the couch with you both. This is about to be real yummy. And we checked in yesterday, and I was like, oh, yeah. This is going to be some good stuff. So I'm going to hop right into it. How y'all doing?
Good. I'm very excited to be here. Been away for a few months, so coming back to the Bay and coming to this is really, really fun. So thank you for coming.
I'm feeling good. I woke up this morning, got on my flight. I made it here safe. I get to talk with you two beautiful queens, so I'm excited. Thank you.
Blessing. I know that's right. All right, so, that's us. So first, I just wanted to, and if you all are not familiar with the works of my two panelists here, I just wanted to put y'all on. So Diarra has her most recent line, The Resort 23. So I love how the fabric here reflects the light the same way that black skin does. Like, yeah, that's so yummy. So get into these looks. Diarra, what was your inspiration behind this particular collection?
So I started working on this collection a year ago, and I was ideating on the concept of rest, like black women resting. Is it working? Oh. Oh, better. Yeah, I was just thinking about black women resting. And when I think about, I go back home to Senegal a lot, and women take so much pride in being tired and like working hard. Like my mom is always like, it's fine, we work so hard, and the more tired you are, it's like the more you're valued in society. It's like, I don't want to show that. I want to show us resting. And I was on Instagram stalking all these like private island resorts in the Maldives, and I just started DMing them like, hey, I want to come there and shoot a campaign about black women resting, and this is my resort collection. And one of them said yes, so we flew a team of 12 there, mostly from South Africa, and that was the campaign. And it was just about celebrating a luxury lifestyle in the Maldives for a week. And it was literally a lifestyle shoot. Like we were shooting the girls as they were living and just existing in those spaces. And for me, that's the message I wanted to show. Like I wanted to show us not just looking good, but also feeling good. So.
It definitely came across. And then Jason, I want to get into some of your stuff here. So starting off primarily as a stylist, these are some of the incredible people like Demetri listed off that Jason gets to work his magic for. Issa, Lil Baby, all these beautiful people. My favorite though is Mary J. Blige.
I was working on that job for about 5 months. I reached out to a whole bunch of brands and asked them to send sketches. I put together a deck that was very synonymous to Mary J. Blige. It's always going to be a thigh-high boot. It's always going to be a fur jacket. It's always going to be some type of crystals, some type of bling. Mary is her 90s, Lil Kim, Faith, all of them, Missy, Misa Hilton, they define the thing we now celebrate, but that ghetto fabulous type style. And so I wanted to bring that to the Super Bowl. I didn't want to change who Mary J. Blige was. I wanted her to be unapologetically her. And so I reached out to these designers. Some came back with who they thought she was, and then others came back with who she is. And I remember the day. It was November, and I had a meeting with Mary, and I was like, these are all of the sketches. I probably had about 40 sketches. And I was like, I'm not going to tell you my favorites, but I would love to know your favorites. And Mary loves clothes. She's very excited about clothes. She loves clothes. And so, we went through the sketches, and then we got to this sketch. And this sketch was originally in purple. And we were like, that's the one. That's the one. We started making it. We had fit-ins, like with just muslin. And then beginning of January, like a week, like the first week of January, she was like, what about white? And I'm like, I don't know if they could make it in time. But I reached out to the designer, and I was like, man, this sounds crazy. I apologize. But we need to make it in white. But they was like, what about the purple? I'm like, I still want to keep the purple. So we actually ended up making 5 looks for the Super Bowl. And this was the one that ended. This was the one that we actually showed on the actual commercial. The halftime performance.
Yeah, very, very delicious. Like both of these, and this orange look is like,
The orange look I actually designed. That's my
yeah.
clothing line. That's Aliette.
Yeah, perfect.
So
Perfect.
thank you.
Good segue.
Yeah.
And then the middle.
Issa Rae was doing the Emmy Awards, and she turns to me and says, how come I'm not wearing your clothing line? And I had no answer. She hit me in the next week. I had no answer. She hit me the following week, and I was like, I'm working on it. The next week we had a job, and she was like, you're playing around. I was like, I'm not playing around. Like, I was like, I actually got something. She was like, let's go to dinner. And she said, there's a possibility I might be nominated for an award. And if I am, I would love to wear the brand on the carpet. 3 months later, she's nominated for an award. We go into the fit-in. She's like, what do you think? I was like, it looks good, but I'm a stylist, so I have all these other options. She was like, are they your dresses? And I was like, no. She was like, well, this is what I'm wearing. And that's how Aliette was created.
Man, that's yummy. That's yummy. We love Issa. Also, Chocolate Cardinal, Stanford. We love it. So this is your most recent line too. Got the bull. I want to know about that too. We have a little introduction to the work here. I want to talk about how you all got, to the places that you're all in your career. So in my research on you, Diarra, I found that you have a really fascinating story about how you got to pivot to fashion. Can you talk about that and the role that your family played in you being a fashion designer today?
Thank you. So yeah, I think coming to fashion was definitely an accident. And I don't use the word accident lightly. I grew up in Senegal, and my father was the first in his family to have gone to elementary school. So, we understood the power of education, looking at his life versus the life of his siblings and our extended family. So education was very important for us. And growing up, for me, I wanted to be like him. He succeeded. He was, supporting his family. He was a banker. So I went into finance because I wanted to be a banker too. But deep down, I was very creative. But I was very embarrassed to say it out loud that I wanted to be an artist or creative because it was not celebrated. So I went into finance. I started my career on Wall Street, and I got very depressed. And growing up in my culture, we don't talk about mental health. Like, you're supposed to be happy and grateful all the time, and being depressed is a sign of ingratitude. So I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I got so depressed that I couldn't function anymore, but I didn't even know what it was called. So I left my job and went back home and ended up in a life-threatening accident and lost my memory. So for 6 months, I'm literally in this hospital bed, and I have no clue who I am. I can't walk. I'm laying down. I have surgery all the time. But because of the no memory part, which was the biggest blessing actually, because not remembering who you were gave me room to create who I actually want to be. And my parents played a very important role, and I cannot thank them enough because in that period, they played me a little bit and gave me the identity I wanted. So I was drawing all the time, and I was going to therapy, and every time I'd go to the doctor, I'd tell him a story. The next day I would come and I would forget the story because my memory is not working, and then I'll have a new story. So they were like, you should draw things because then you will remember it. So that's how I started drawing, and I was drawing sketches and beautiful women and travels and destinations. And my parents would frame anything I draw and put it up in this room. And by 6 months, the room was covered. All the walls were covered in all these drawings. And they made me believe I was an artist because that would make me happy. And then my memory started coming back, and I realized I was not an artist. And I was really mad. And I said, I am going to be an artist. So I am going to go back to New York. I'm going to physically quit my job because I was on medical leave. I was still hired in the firm. I went to New York. I was limping, missing some teeth, and I went up there and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna quit. And they're like, okay, what are you gonna do? I'm like, I'm gonna build the biggest fashion or art brand and you'll hear about me. And I left. And that's how I started my company. So, and everything else, I just learned it online.
That's amazing.
You said everything else you learned it online, yeah. And that's something that you all both share. Well, both of you actually were math majors, which is interesting too, but you were a math major in undergrad, right? And then so what drew you to math? And we'll get to what drew you to math too, but what drew you to math? And then what was that pivot when you first started to, explore styling while you were in college?
Math was always the subject that got me through school. And I remember first few months of college, I thought about being an econ major. I thought that was going to be, my path in life. And then I took classes, and I'm like, man, this is not for me. And then I realized I didn't like taking English courses. So I went to my counselor and I said, what can I major in where I don't have to take many English courses? And it was mathematics. And it was probably the best thing that I did for myself. It kept me very disciplined, and it also gave me time to go and intern. And so I just interned my life away. I applied for a whole bunch of internships, and then I ended up landing Elle magazine, and then I ended up interning at W magazine, and then Elle Italia, and different indie type magazines, working with different editors. And then one day I got to work with a celebrity stylist. His name is Warrior Vice. And he was styling Alicia Keys at the time. And I realized that that look 8 from Dior Runway, he was able to put that look 8 runway on with a pair of Timbs and some door knockers. And I was like, you don't have to shoot this look in full. I was sold. I was like, identity. Like, you know, I saw myself. It reminded me back in the days when I used to read Vibe magazine, and I'm like, I don't know what Yohji Yamamoto is, but I know what these Jordans are, you know? And if I could put that together with this and make it look cool, that's what I was on. So that just opened up my whole entire, like, my world. And I remember in my 3rd year, I went to my mom and I said, hey, this school thing is not for me right now. I'm trying to pursue styling, and I was fortunate enough to graduate high school in 11th grade. So I asked her if I could take that year from 11th grade and my 12th grade year and use that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I go back to school. And I was able to, you know, I never went back to school.
Wow. And most of your, I would say it worked for real too, huh? And most of the internships you did were unpaid, right? Or all of them?
Man, they still owe me money. Like
Get that check. Look, run Jason his check, please.
No, but you know what it is? Like, I don't have interns. Like, you know, I haven't had interns in like 4 or 5 years. I believe in paying. But it was a different world. And I don't think a lot of people spoke up or they didn't feel like they could, you know, and I'm happy I interned. I think it made me who I am.
Sounds good. And then Diarra, your math degree serves your fashion design world. Like you just kind of like look, dropping it, pivoting, but
You're smart.
But it's really integral to Diarra Blue. So can you talk about that and how you integrate your mathematics and all the things that you're interested in into your fashion design world?
Sure. So because of the journey, my journey to fashion was very emotional. Like I got into it to survive. And I was like, I will use whatever I have to make this work. I didn't have the fashion degree. I didn't want to go back to school. And I kind of just learned with what I had. So my background is in math, so I knew math. And I also knew how to draw, but I was very insecure about my drawings because I thought they're the real designers. They go to real school and they make real drawings. Mine are not cool enough. So I need to do something that's true to me. And I started toying. So at some point, I started this company, or like this incident happened 10 years ago. And I didn't know what I was doing. So I would go like in the roof and we had this artisan come to the house, we'd make dresses, take pictures, post them on Instagram. And then when people ordered them, I didn't really know how to make like 5 or 10 of them because the fabric is finished or the artisan is not showing up anymore. So for the first 5 years, I would say I had no idea what I was doing. And I was running out of money every like 3 to 6 months. So I was doing other jobs. And one of them was being a teacher. And I became a math teacher. I taught math for 5 years. And it was the first time I was truly happy. Like after all the mental health and everything, being in a classroom and being a teacher is really what brought me joy and what really made me understand who I was as a person. And what happened with teaching was that I got so busy teaching and grading and stuff that I didn't have time to create anymore. And one day I was like, what if I wrote equations that can create designs while I teach so that I can teach in the day and then go home and check the computer and things are done and then I can just check on the designs. And I didn't know that there was something called AI that does this, and I had no idea. Like, this was in Senegal. Nobody around me knew math, so I came to Stanford learning how to teach, but I'm starting to write these equations in my free time, and I never use AI. I literally had to sit down and write the equation and watch them do what they did, but I was very embarrassed to share that because it felt like inauthentic. And a few years ago, I think 3-4 years ago, I posted it on Instagram. It's like, oh, by the way, this pattern you just saw on this dress, this is the equations that led to it. And then I would take the equations to the classroom to help kids be interested about math. Like teaching high schoolers math is harder than running a company. And then it became both ways. So, okay, I can use art to teach math better, and then I can use math to design art. So then I could do both jobs. And that's how it started. It was honestly not planned. It was a matter of how can I use what I have now to create what I want. And that's how it, and now it's a big part of the work. I would say 80% of what I do comes from math equations. And I'm now working with engineers and designers to amplify that work. But the nice thing is that it allows me to create a lot faster and to show things on social media and get votes before producing them. So that's how we can be sustainable. Like, we don't actually produce anything unless it's ordered. And digitally creating designs help us save a lot of time. Yeah.
Do you need an intern? like,
I'll intern for you.
no, I'm trying to intern for you.
Wait, but do you pay? That's the first part. If you pay.
I don't need payment.
Okay, I'll intern for you, and then you.
Okay, win-win. That's how they're going. Yeah. So, speaking of, learning from not having formal training, not having an actual, fashion degree, but, getting the information that you have from mentors, from interning, from YouTube, from searching up, things. What do you all think is, the pros and cons of not having a degree and having one? Because I do think there's pros and then there are some cons, but, what do you think?
No limitations. Like, I remember when I first started the collection, my team, my pattern makers, designer, my girlfriend, she's a designer. I used to be like, I want to make this in this fabric, and they was like, you can't do that. I'm like, why? Like, their thought process was so limited because they were formally trained. I didn't have any constraints. I didn't know any better. I was ignorant. But it made me think for me and what I wanted to say. And now I use fabrications a lot that has no, that pattern makers tell me you can't use. And I'm like, okay, we're going to do it. And if it's wrong, I get to make that choice. Like, if it comes out, it's like, I'm spending the money, it's my time. I get to, be like, this didn't work. But there's times where I'm betting on myself and I win big.
Just to piggyback on what he said, there's this quote that I used to read a lot growing up. It was from Picasso, and it said, learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. And when I started doing this, and I say this all the time, I'm like, I don't even know the rules, so I break them all the time, which is exactly what you're talking about. And it creates this infinite options when you're doing things because you don't know how it's supposed to be done, so you can just set your own path. And I think for me that was the biggest blessings. Like, sky's the limit, and there is no limitations. Literally, I'll have an idea. I don't know how to do it. I don't know the wording for it. I don't know who can do it. I just go on Instagram and I put it as a hashtag and I start bombarding people on their DMs. Like, hey, I want to do this thing. Can you help me? Or I have this drawing. It looks like a stick figure, but I wanted to do this thing. Can you make it? And that's how it started. And most people say no, or say this is impossible. But I'm like, I'll decide if it's impossible. And it ends up being possible. And one of the biggest lessons for me was, because I don't have formal training and I couldn't afford a designer in the beginning, I didn't know how sizing and grading worked. So, what is a small, what is a medium? Our artisans didn't know how to put on zippers properly because they used to pop off and would get returns. So I decided my brand would have no zippers and no buttons. And to this day, that's the philosophy. It was just because I knew if we put zippers and buttons, we'll get returns. So everything is elasticized and adjustable. But now that is the essence of the brand. And people on Instagram are like, oh, it's size inclusive and adjustable, and you can wear them before pregnancy and after pregnancy. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's so cool. That was not the plan. That was not the plan. The plan was I didn't know how to do any better, and that's how we did it to make it work. But it created a niche for what we do. And I would say that's the pro. The cons is that sometimes when I'm in a room full of real designers, I'm really intimidated because I don't speak the language they speak. Like, if I'm in a room with a pattern maker and they're talking about very technical things and words, and I'm just like, I can say things like, oh, it looks nice, or it looks cool, or I use words like vibe and energy, and it makes me look so ignorant. And I feel very embarrassed. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a cool vibe. It's like, that's the word, that's not the word. So sometimes I'm like, I definitely wish I had at least introductory training, and I'm probably gonna do that just to understand the vocab and the language. But I would say nobody can train you about what you dream about, because they are your dreams and they are particular to you, and not having the training should not limit you, because with the internet, like, everything is within reach. So yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, y'all just got gem after gem today. I also would add, like, when it comes to sewing, or mistakes take a lot of time to bounce back from, and that's the thing is, I'll never make a mistake again, like, because when you got a seam rip something after a certain amount of time, like, you're not gonna do it again. So I think it also helps ingrain some of those skills in you a little better than when the pathway. Jason, I wanted to talk to you a little more about, you were saying Mary J. Blige and how some of the designers came back to you and they gave you what they thought she was, and some gave you, who she is, and you have a myriad of clients. None of them look the same. What's your process of really highlighting the essence, like getting that essence to shine? Like, how do you study them and make sure they fly, and that their inner being is really shining, like every single person?
I'm still trying to understand how it happens, to be honest, because it's hard to kind of support my team on finding that for them. But I know, like, even when I'm making stuff for a client, even if I'm doing 5 jobs at once, if I'm in the mental space of that one client, I'm unable to make selections for another client. So it's time consuming to myself. Like, I think when I'm sitting there focused on Mary J. Blige, I'm in Mary J. Blige's mind, and the only way I'm able to get in her mind is by studying her and communicating with her. But I try to understand my client in totality so that I can think like them and think what's going to excite them when it comes to clothing. And do I always win with it? No. Like, I'm about to land to doing 4 fittings today, like, for tomorrow Grammys. Maybe I'm gonna win, maybe I'm not, but I know that the pieces is in their world, it's in their wheelhouse. And, I have to it's hard because I have to take a lot of time to actually make the selects, and, I will want my team to understand that client's world. You may have one team member who understands one client, but to do multiple clients at once is difficult for a person.
And Diarra, when it comes to, understanding a world, you really bring us to Dakar in your designs. And also, I think what permeates from your work is that all of the artisans that you mentioned that have their hands, their energy in the work. Can you talk about, the preservation, the skills that your artisans are keeping alive, and the importance of that, and how you kind of set up your team in Dakar and also in San Francisco too, right?
Sure. So I always say for us, so I'm Senegalese. I was born in Dakar, and I lived there till I was 16. And then from 16 today, I've just been living in different places. So now I split my time between San Francisco and Dakar. And in Senegal, back in the day, before we were colonized, like, your identity and your last name was about your job. So if you said your last name, it was associated to the part of Senegal that you were growing up in and what job you did. So artisans have a certain last name. Metal workers had a certain last name. And it happened that my last name in my family heritage, like, if my dad didn't go to school, he would have been an artisan or a farmer, and specifically focus on leather and ceramics. That's what his family does. So growing up, people making things, that was the norm for me. Like, only did I come here and realize here it's seen as a luxury, but for us, that's just what we do. And when I decided I wanted to do fashion and I went through this whole identity crisis of like, okay, I'm an artist, I'm not a banker anymore, this is what I'm gonna do. My family was very supportive because for my dad, it was like, oh, she's finally gonna celebrate who we actually are. And I think I grew up with a little bit of an identity confusion because me and my siblings were the ones who went to school. We went to a French Catholic school. We grew up in a Muslim Wolof neighborhood. And there was all these identity switches between when we go back to school and when we come home and who we are and what we do. And then having lived around the world, I think I had this wealth of identity and culture, but I was a bit confused by which one was the one I wanted to celebrate. And this gave me the chance to celebrate that side of me. And I think with everything that I went through, it gave me this pride too, of like, not only it's who I am, but I want to show it. So it was very natural when we were setting up the workshop. Like, we're hiring artisans that are local, and we wanted them, like, we don't do piecework. So like, if you go to a factory in China, for example, you get a dress made, the zipper is done by one person and you pass it to the next person, then they do the armhole. And our artisans' identity is in making the entire dress. They want to go to home at the end of the day and know I made 5 dresses and those are mine. It's like making a painting. So we don't do piecework, and it makes us slower. It means it's more expensive to make our products, but that's how you can honor the identity of these makers. And we also, the concept of sustainability, that word is very Western and it's very much of a buzzword. For us, it's not about a buzzword, it's about who we are. Like, you don't waste things because we don't have things to waste. So we don't produce any inventory. So we talk about supply chain a lot in the fashion industry and waste, and our business is fully demand chain based. So an order or product is triggered once it's demanded, meaning once somebody has gone on the website and purchased it. And then it gets made the next day, and then you'll get it in a week, but it still got made just for you. And those are 2 things that I think are very specific to how we do things in terms of honoring how Senegalese craftsmanship work, but also creating a business that can operate in the Western standards and quality while still doing it in our way, and that's something that's very challenging to scale. And as we're growing, we're getting demands from like these big stores and everything. We're like, we will work with you, but this is how we work. And sometimes we turn down big proposals and partnership because I don't want to work any other way. And for me, it's not just about having a brand and creating beautiful things, but it's also about honoring people who've been told their whole life and in history that they don't matter. And today being like, no, actually you matter, and your way of doing things is what we will call luxury, and that's how we're going to do it. And if you want to do luxury, you have to do it this way with us. If not, it's okay, then we don't have to work together. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. This brings me to like the thought of, how people label value or success. I think a lot in the fashion industry, and also, any artist, honestly. You're more valuable the more access you have to celebrities, or the more access you have to wealth, or and those kinds of things. And I'm wondering, you talked a little bit how you subscribe value to the garments itself, but in regard to your career trajectory and what makes you feel successful, like right now in your career, what is your measurement of success? What is your measurement of value? Like, okay, yeah, I'm doing what I want to be doing.
So I want to start by saying I thought I knew what would make me feel valued, and that's why I went into Wall Street. And I was 22, so I was not making a lot of money, but I was surrounded by bosses and people that were very wealthy, and I thought that's what I wanted. And I looked at them and I didn't admire them. So I knew very early on that wealth by itself was not going to make me feel happy or valuable. Then I went through that existential crisis of trying to figure out what would. And I think what happened in those 6 months in that room with all my work being put on the wall was the ability to dream. The ability to create something or to see yourself in beautiful things and to be able to dream about them. And I think when I started this work, I was like, I want to be in that state. I want to be always in that state of dreaming and also taking people with me. And today, the way I measure success is about how many people through my work can dream and see bigger things for themselves. Whether it's seeing Black women resting on a private island in the Maldives seems so superficial, but somebody's looking at that and being like, that can be me. And,
I know I did.
And to me, that's value. Or the artisan that thought, making dresses is whatever, and now they see their dresses being sold at Nordstrom in America, somewhere that they've never maybe imagined of ever being. To me, that's value. So today, I think my definition of value is more about like, how can I keep dreaming and allowing other people to join in creating their own dreams through this work? And the bigger that can be, regardless of, naturally, the bigger it gets, the more money it's going to generate for everyone. But that's not the motivating factor. It's like, can we get in that dream state energy of like no limit, like for all of us? And that's how I measure things. So, yeah.
I think for me, it was honestly seeing my mentees surpass me. And I take like very much like pride in, helping others who look like me to get to live their dreams. And I have some amazing folks who came under as my assistants for a long time, as my market editors, and just to see some of the projects that they're working on and the magazines that they're able to shoot that I've never worked on, to see some of the campaigns that they're doing that, I've never worked on, they are going to surpass me. And anybody who comes under me, I tell them to work under me. If you want to be my assistant forever, I'm not the person to work for. If you want to surpass me, I'm the person you should work for. Because anytime I get an opportunity, anytime a talent hits me, and I may not have time to work on that talent, or the project may not just be right for me, I always recommend someone who either works for me currently or who has worked for me. So that's one thing. The other thing, though, is I get to go home and 2 kids who look at me like Superman. Like, that is the most amazing feeling. Like, even this morning, so tired, FaceTime them, watching mom make pancakes, and they're telling me about their day and what they're going to do. That makes me happy. That makes me feel like the wealthiest man in the world.
What I'm really hearing really from this entire conversation is like a real emphasis on connections, relationships, uplifting the communities that we're a part of, and preserving the things that make us, the amazing people that we are diasporically. And I'm definitely going to be, downloading all of this information and ruminating over it. Before I open up for questions, just hold on one second. I want to talk about 2 recent campaigns for each of you. For you, Jason, this Bailey's Irish Cream puffer jacket. So I don't know if y'all seen the commercial. I wasn't able to put the video up, but it's Joan Smalls and Jason in these white puffer jackets, which are stunning, but they drinking hot chocolate. So how did that come about? You got hot chocolate with a white puffer jacket. That's very risky. But also talk about like, how does Bailey's? I'm like, how does Bailey's need a puffer jacket? Like how do things like that come to play?
Oh man, when Bailey's came to me, I was like, man, this is weird, because it's like, I've been around Bailey's my whole life. My mom didn't drink hard liquor. Bailey's was her hard liquor. And it was always around, like, so I was like, man, like, this is cool. Like, I get to kind of like, have that moment. But at the same time, I was like, man, you told me I can have autonomy over creative. Like, I can do what I want. Like, I can make what I want. And they were like, yeah. I was like, oh, sign me up. And I'm getting a check. Sign me up.
Right, gotta get paid.
And I was like, okay, sketched some things, sent it over. It was like really big. It was like really big puffer. And then like probably like 30 minutes before, I was like, nah, I'm gonna send an option that's a little bit more cropped, because I wouldn't wear a super long puffer, but I wear a crop puffer with some Timbs or something and a thermal, So I sent it over, and it was like, this the one. And then when Joan Smalls came out, she's Joan Smalls. You know? I was like, man, this is cool. And then we was on set, and I didn't know anything about modeling. I'm not a model. But Joan was like, do this, do that. And I was like, okay. And she was like, don't smile. she was like, that's the picture they're going to use if you smile. And I was like, okay, I'm never going to smile again in the picture.
That's so funny. I mean, when y'all pull out the torches to light the marshmallows on fire, it was just so cute to me.
She was really good at it. I was really bad at it. Like I should have been a Boy Scouts or something, because I was really bad at torching. But no, but she was amazing. And you know, it's dope when you get to work with, you know, friends, and you know, even just the energy on set was dope, and it felt good. Like, you know, I feel like we was listening to like Meek Mill and like, you know, Fab. Like, it was just like, it was chill. Like, you know.
Well, I mean, Fab, definitely the puffer jacket. Yeah, yeah. I'm excited that companies like Bailey's are, you know, reaching out to artists and giving them like full, you know, creative control. And
Black artists.
Right, specifically Black artists, right? And then I really got a kick out of that commercial. I just want to let you know. And then Diarra, you just you have a collaboration with ID and Pharrell on, which is really yummy. Like, talk to us about that, and them coming to Dakar and filming your space and the artisans and everything. Like, how was that?
So I went to Dakar in early December, and it was Dakar Fashion Week. And I landed and got a text message from this lady, and she's like, hey, I'm with ID, and the Chanel team is interviewing you. I thought she probably like texted the wrong number or something. I was like, huh? First of all, no one knows my Senegal number. Second, I was like, I just landed. This is a scam. Like, this makes no sense. So I was very polite. Replied like, okay, thank you so much. Can you let me know more? And she like, would like to come to your studio. And she mentioned some names. I looked them up, and it's like, oh. So I literally got into my house. I'm like, my mom hasn't seen me in like, I don't know, 3 months or something. So she's super excited. I'm like, Mom, some important famous people are coming to the studio. We need to organize everything. She's like, who? I'm like, I don't know. It seems very big. And she's like, always you say that, whatever. And so basically a crew came. I still didn't really understand what the scope of the project was. I knew ID, like Vice, had a crew. And on Tuesday they show up, and it's like 8 people with these massive cameras and everything. And I'm like, oh. What is this about exactly? And, you know, they're like, oh, but Chanel is basically came to Africa for the first time ever in early December to do a show. And it's the first time a luxury brand comes to sub-Saharan Africa. And, you know, it's a very interesting topic because a Chanel bag is like 5 times the GDP per capita of Senegal. So clearly they're not there to sell bags or anything, because we can't afford anything Chanel, at least in that space. So I was very curious about what is the goal of this project and why are they coming? And, you know, I went to the show and got to talk more and realized that the goal was to have a conversation and exchange, a cultural exchange. And part of the show is that they wanted to highlight the local community and the local artists pushing things forward and telling their story. So it was a project spearheaded by Chanel and Pharrell Williams, who's an ambassador at Chanel. And he was in Dakar too. And they basically sent a crew to these different artists or designers that they think have a voice, have something to say, to just showcase what Senegal means to them and how does their work matter in today's, you know, cultural, social landscape, and what does it look like globally. So it was very fun. I watched the video. It came out on the first day of Black History Month last week, and I only saw my part when I was doing this because they came to my space, but when I saw everyone else they featured and the story they told, I was really proud. And there's a line that someone said at the end. It's Malik Bodjan, who's the photographer who worked with Chanel on this project, and he said that, you know, he was reading this book. Someone was saying that, you know, they're going to leave Africa and they're going to go around the world and to have a better life and stuff. And he said his dad told him, you don't have to do that, actually. We have so much beauty here. And we need to celebrate that. And I think that really talked to me, because I did that. I left at 16. I was like, I want to have a better life. But something drew me back. And I think what drew me back was that, you know, I've been in so many places and countries and met so many people. But there's something about Dakar and about home that I could never find anywhere else. And I think it's this magic, it's this identity, and it's really the root of so much beauty that was taken from there, split around everywhere in the world, but you'll never get the original version is there. So I think it was very well captured. I highly recommend anyone to watch it. It's on YouTube on ID channel, and it just shows that energy of like, we are so poor financially, but we are so rich in every other way. And that wealth is so powerful. And once we just split second, you're like, oh, this is where we need to be. So yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, now. So we got 15 minutes for questions. Just so you know, I also like to stick with the schedule. So if anybody would has some questions for Diarra or Jason, let us know and we can bring a microphone to you.
Hello. Is it working? Okay, yeah, I think so.
Hold on, 10 minutes, not
Okay.
15.
Sorry.
My name is Nosa. I have a question about the sort of formal training that you're talking about. I think one of the pros of formal training also is that people have a lot of confidence when they walk into a room, kind of like you were talking about. And I'm curious about like your early days starting. Like, how did you gain confidence in the work that you were doing?
I could start. I invested a lot in image. And I think when Antwaun was giving that speech earlier about the power of photography, like I didn't have the language to describe clothes and talk technical and stuff, but I knew how to create a beautiful image. So I started with photography, then I started directing photo shoots, and I didn't have to say much. The pictures just did the work for me. And I think going back to like focus on what you know how to do and just do it very well. Like I knew how to create beautiful images, and I think that was my language. And yeah.
I think I received confidence as a designer was probably like 3 or 4 collections in, when I kind of like first collection was hard because I look back at it and I'm looking at myself like, what are you doing? Second collection, I'm like, it's okay. Third collection, I was like, you're doing better. And then fourth collection, I think I had a more understanding of the identity of the Aliyet woman. And that was probably the first time when friends was like, could I wear Aliyet? And when friends asked me to wear Aliyet, I was like, oh, this is actually good. Like, because these are, people who I respect and I admire. And I admire their style. So the fact that they will wear it and claim it and, support it, I was like, man, this feels good. And then just talent. It was talent. But the start was just friends. That's what gave me the confidence.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm from Westchester, New York. I'm a Howard alumni, and I'm the founder of Gold Beams. And Gold Beams hosts really dope events. We host about 3,000 people a year and counting. And so my question is, since you are the first of which in your family, potentially around your community, to do the things that you do at the scale that you do, what was the learning curve? Because as an entrepreneur, I'm learning everything, everywhere, all at once. How to make enough money to provide for a team, how to connect with people in different countries and different states. And it's also because I do things that are unconventional in terms of career, there's not a lot of people around me to be like, okay, this is a smart decision, you should do this. That'll make things super easy for you and way more quicker for your advancement. And so my question is all about your learning curve to get from base 1 to where you are now. Finding lawyers, like all the things, how to make hundreds and all money a month, all the things. Contracts, Jesus Christ.
100%. That's a great question. I think my learning curve as a stylist was different than my learning curve as a designer. I grew up in New York, so when I first started to become a stylist, being able to go home to a warm house and a cook meal, that was a privilege. A lot of my friends who were artists and they were trying to also be a stylist, creative, they didn't have that same, affordability of having that foundation. So a lot of them had to go back home, and they weren't able to succeed as quickly as I was by just having that support. And I was able to make mistakes, and I was able to learn from the mistakes because I had that foundation. As a designer, I didn't know anything. I didn't know what factory. I reached out to a few friends who I was like, hey, can you put me onto the factory? And then I worked with the factory. And then I realized they don't get clothes made by this factory. And then I worked with a pattern maker, and I realized they don't get clothes made by this pattern maker. So I felt like I was just making a lot of mistakes, unintentionally, but I was making a lot of mistakes. But as a stylist, I signed some really bad contracts. So as a designer, I don't sign any bad contracts. And I have a lot more, even though I had a lot more support, which ended up me having the privilege of making less mistakes to me as a stylist. As a designer, I say no to a lot. I say no to most things. I remember the first store that offered to carry the brand. I said no. I remember the second store that offered to carry the brand. I said no. And my sales director was looking at me crazy because she works off commission. And she's like, what's up? Like, these are great stores. I'm like, it's not the store I want. She was like, what store you want? And I was like, I want Bergdorf Goodman. And she was like, you're not going to get that. Like, I was like, okay. Like, and then I waited out 2 seasons, and I got Bergdorf Goodman. Same season, I got Neiman Marcus. Next season, I got Saks. So it's like my learning curve is that I protect myself contractually. Like I don't sign a contract without my lawyer. I'm still learning about production. Production is hard as shit. And it's like the bane of my existence. And I feel like it is the hardest thing. And if we can have more education on finance, if we can have more education on production and on taxes, like, I think that would help more for our community.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay. So we got a flight to catch. When I'm here, somebody.
Jamar Ellen from a Bay Area photographer. Thank you, Diarra and Jason. Just wanted to circle back to the equation with the patterns. And Jason, you could probably answer this too. There's a photographer from Nigeria, a filmmaker from Nigeria, Malik Afegbua, and he got a lot of attention for doing this fashion show through artificial intelligence of reimagining life of African elderly. What are your thoughts on that for artists and creators?
It's interesting because, since December, January, with ChatGPT and everything going on in the AI space right now, there's a lot of debate on what it means for the creative space and education, like being in the education space, and like what is authentic, what is real. And I think AI is a very powerful tool. I personally see it like a calculator to a mathematician. It's not going to replace the mathematician. It's going to probably make them faster and more efficient. And I think, as long as AI is enhancing human creativity and not aiming to replace it, then it's positive. When I start feeling a bit edgy is when, people are like, oh, AI are going to generate paintings and arts and all of these things for us. And then we're just subjects watching it. And that's where I think we lose the human side of it. And I think when I think of AI, I think human-centered AI. And as long as we don't lose the human in the process, then it's something good. It's like when you give an Excel spreadsheet to someone who used to count with their fingers. Of course, they're going to get faster, but the Excel spreadsheet by itself should not replace you, and ideally cannot. And I think as long as it's like, the baseline, then I think it can be a good tool.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. This
Thank
was
you.
really beautiful. All right. Well, safe travels. Good luck on the Grammys. And you're in San Francisco for the next little bit, right? Okay, perfect. Well, stay warm because I know it's different than Dakar. Yeah.
Just real quick, just to let you know what's happening next. So if you will make your way to the first floor, we have amazing, elegant food provided by Sheba Piano Lounge, located in the Fillmore District in San Francisco. And at 12:10 is right now. At 12:50, please join us on the third floor. Some of the staff from MoAD will help to lead you upstairs. San Francisco's jazz vocalist and songwriter Tiffany Austin will be performing, and you don't want to miss that. All right. Folks, I'm gonna get started. Folks can still come in, but yeah, sorry to be Taskmaster on time, but want to get through this on time. I hope you enjoyed the food downstairs. It was so incredible. And then I also hope you got a chance to catch Tiffany Austin's amazing performance on the third floor. This day is all because of you guys, you beautiful people out here. Thank you so much for also being here. Our second panel centers photography and is moderated by Kijo Lee. Kijo Lee is the inaugural Chief of Curatorial Affairs and Public Programs at Museum of the African Diaspora. Lee's expertise is in American art history, histories and theories of photography, and African American studies, as well as museum education. She has been responsible for curatorial and publication projects that highlight the intersection of scholarly work and public audiences and that illuminate works by artists of the Black diaspora. Kijo Lee is joined today by Awol Erizku, Djeneba Aduayom, and Arielle Bobb Willis. Los Angeles-based artist Awol Erizku's multidisciplinary practice encompasses photography, sculpture, painting, installation, film, and sound to shape an artistic language that exists at the intersection of image making and language. Bridging the visual and cultural gap between African and Black American cultures, Erizku's work rejects Eurocentric notions of art and beauty in favor of building his singular Afrocentric aesthetic, something he refers to as Afro-esotericism. Rather than convey any singular entity or narrative, he explores the intersections of ancient mythology, diasporic tradition, and contemporary culture through his symbolic constellation of images spanning a breadth of media. After a successful career as an internationally traveling professional dancer, Euro-African artist Djeneba Aduayom progressed into photography and brought her love of movement and emotive performance into her award-winning imagery and subsequent directing work. Drawing inspiration from her cultural mix of French, Italian, and African heritage, her concepts and artistic expression is rooted in her personal exploration of the inner worlds that reside in her imagination. And looking within and articulating her creative ideas in a visual abstraction that beckons interpretation, she hopes her work allows the outside viewer to travel to a universe of their very own making. Born and raised in New York City and Suffern, New York, with pit stops in South Carolina and New Orleans, photographer Arielle Bobb Willis has been using the camera for nearly a decade as a tool of empowerment. Bobb Willis applies a painterly touch to her photography by documenting people in compromising and disjointed positions as a way to highlight these complexities. Toting the line between fashion and contemporary art, her use of bright, vivid colors is therapeutic and speaks to a desire to claim power and joy in moments of sadness, confusion, or confinement. Her photographs are all captured in urban and rural cities, from the south to the north, east to the west. Bobb Willis travels throughout the U.S. and abroad as a way of finding home in any grassy knoll or city sidewalk, reminding us to stay connected and grounded during life's transitional moments. It's my pleasure to turn this over to Kijo Lee.
Thanks, Demetri, and thanks to everyone in the audience. And I want to especially thank the artists on the stage. I repeatedly say that without artists, I have no purpose, and it's really true. So one of the things that I'm going to do, I have several images by each of you, but I want to kind of start with the ponderous historical question. So as Demetri said, part of my own expertise is the history of photography. And photography, it's really fraught territory for Black folks, right? So historically, it was used both to oppress. We think of 19th century images, proto-anthropological images of enslaved Black folks that were used to tell a story that we had a different musculature, we had a different history, a different lineage than our white counterparts. But also, as Frederick Douglass said, in the antebellum period, during enslavement, is also a tool that could be used to correct the manipulated images that have been produced by artists throughout history. So the stakes of photography itself for Black people, even technologically, in its bias toward light, so it was always already not meant for us. So I'm wondering for each of you, why this medium? Why photography? Why is this the way that you've chosen, right, to picture Black people? No? I said it was a ponderous question, but yeah.
For me, I found photography when I was 14, so pretty young. I moved from New York City to South Carolina, Aiken, South Carolina, a small town. And I was immediately othered. It was a very conservative white high school that I went to, and I was randomly placed in a digital imaging course at last minute because I was new. And then because I was othered, it was a very lonely experience as a teen. And I think being in that class and finding photography definitely became a therapeutic practice for me. So I think that's where photography for me started, was developing depression, developing anxiety as a teen, which many people do, and kind of using it, which at the time I didn't know that it was therapeutic. It was just a pure practice for me of just curiosity as a kid. And yeah, it kind of blossomed to what it is now. But yeah, for me, photography, it makes me feel the most present. And when you're battling maybe depression or anxiety, depression keeps you in the past, anxiety keeps you in the future. But with photography, when I was younger, I didn't know, but now I know over time that it keeps me present. I'm just focused on what's in front of me. And I feel like as I've gotten older, I live more moment to moment now. I'm always looking for moments of beauty in the everyday, which is wonderful when the world was so muddy and dull and gray for so long, and now I feel like the world is definitely more beautiful to me than it has ever been because of photography. But yeah, I think I think that's why photography.
No, that's fantastic. Yeah. And so thinking about that, and also patience, I would imagine, especially if any of you have a practice of working in the darkroom, that kind of patience, but also serendipity, because you don't always know what the result will be.
Yeah.
How about for Djeneba?
So for me, is it working?
Yes.
Okay. So I came to photography by accident, literally. My former career, I was dancing, and then I was on tour once, and I sustained multiple injuries. And I had surgery, and from 1 minute to the other, I was told that's the end of it. So that was very hard. I had surgeries, and I wasn't able to walk. And I had studied interior design, thinking if something happens, my plan B would be to do that. I did that when I was living in London. So I couldn't walk. I don't know. I started taking pictures with a little point and shoot. And then I realized, like you, that it was like a therapy, basically. I was like, wow, this is kind of my gut, really. I have this emotional response to photography. And then moving forward, I had a camera, lenses, and I started practicing, and I realized, so dancing, you connect with the audience, you're on a stage, but for me, I'm an emotional creature, and everything I do comes from the heart. I don't have any agenda. I just want to connect with people from all over the place and also tell stories. And so I realized that having a camera, and I'm really shy and introverted, it forced me to talk to people, to listen to their stories. So when you dance, you don't talk to people, they receive your emotions. When you have a camera, some photographers do not talk. I find that for me, the most important thing about photography was to look at people, observing them, and seeing how certain things were like coming to, like, my truth was Black people, they always felt unseen, unappreciated. So their demeanor was really like closed. And so I really loved like discovering their stories and try to help them by instigating in them, a confidence and showing them what I see in you is so beautiful. But my mind is a little bit conceptual, so I usually try to pick up a camera and to create a story within the story. So I would see someone, listen to their story, observe how they move, and then take that and then show them a part of themselves that they don't know they have. Because sometimes I have people that are sad because, they tell me my skin's too dark, they tell me my hair's too dark, too, like, the texture of them. So I want to show that whoever says that is 100% wrong. So I want to elevate my subjects and show them, look at yourself. You're a goddess, you're a king, you're amazingly beautiful. And that's what photography to me became the tool where I can link up with people and express how majestic the Black skin is, how majestic your story is. Your story might be really tough, like what you went through, and with racism, with being discriminated, but look at this. So I want to create pictures where people will stop and have to look at it, because it's not almost, they can't deny, they have to look at it and be like, wow, the Black skin is gorgeous. And this is my goal, is just to show the Black skin and the stories of people, but through like an emotional picture that creates a response. That's photography for me, is helping people being confident.
Thank you, Djeneba. And I put some of your images above you without telling you first.
Sneaky.
So making really clear how important Black skin is to thinking about, and surrounded by Ashley's beautiful black and white images, and thinking about the technique it takes to actually get the photograph to highlight that richness in such a gorgeous way. It is not just, it's emotional, but it is also a technical feat.
I'm self-taught, so I think, and I was listening to Jason earlier, and sometimes not having been to school for photography and being self-taught, as you know, you're unlimited in what you can create. The other side of it was when I started photography, I got told, oh, you'll never make it. So as a woman, Black and woman, it's even harder for women. I don't know if you agree. Sometimes...
Yes.
We're
Yes.
just not, we won't get the job because, oh, it's a girl, So I was told a lot, you will never make it, you should just take a day job. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's your opinion.
I think that's part of it. Like, when you're like, oh, I want to be an artist, I think even your parents can be like, I wanted to be a doctor for a long time. And my mom got me a camera and I like switched over.
Right.
And she's like, doctor though, right? Like, so I'm like, nope, photography, yep. So it's, you have to like know who you are.
Yes.
I just always knew I could do it. I knew I could take pictures for forever. I didn't have really any expectations of what I just knew I could do it. And I think just having that like confidence and just need helped me kind of, but it's still, people definitely
They'll tell you won't get there, so that's when you take it, it lights a fire, and then you go do it anyways.
Wonderful. Awol, how about you? Why photography?
Awol,
I know so many
what's
things,
up?
or anything else that's happening, but why?
The big why. I came to image making maybe like early in my college, like my freshman year of college. And I think it was a result of like a lot of experimentation in high school. Like I was making like moving images. I also did about 1.5 years of like medical illustration. So when I finally arrived at using like the camera as like a tool, for me, image making at the time was like the quickest way to disseminate these images that I wanted to see out in the world. And I think without consciously even realizing it, I was sort of fighting back the things that I was programmed to kind of understand were beautiful, right? Like, so I think at the time I made like the girl with the bamboo earring. You know, I'd been looking at like a lot of European art, having gone through a New York City public school and, you know, the AP programs and what they teach you. So I saw that image and I said, well, if this is your ideal of beauty, well, how can I subvert this, and what medium is going to allow me to do that and be more direct and like just cut to the chase? And so for me, the camera was like the quickest way to do that. And then also at the time, I was very much engaged in Tumblr and sort of like online as a way to kind of
Tumblr,
share
yes.
that. Yeah, which I know you know
I
very
love
well.
to, yeah.
So it was just like a quick way for me to communicate and reach the masses. So I think for the first time for our generation, I'm just going to lump you in.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was more productive to put out images and share, you know, put it online, and it could have just as much reach as something that's been around since like, you know, 16th, 17th century. And that to me was really fascinating. And I thought, well, if that's possible, then like how can we keep pushing this and like see what else we can do with it?
That's fantastic, and it makes me think of your still lives, because as an art historian, you know, we spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about Dutch still life, but we don't talk about the Dutch as a part of the African slave trade. We don't talk about what it means to still have people calling things Dutch African prints, Dutch wax print. We don't think about, and also, but then the stakes are similar of thinking about how this assemblage of things point to all of these different ways of living, but pointing directly to different ways of Black living, which I think is so essential. So thank you. And then, so while you've gained some notoriety for representing sort of canonical European images with Black figures and or the ephemera of Black life at its center. And with you, Arielle, what I find so compelling is the way that you, we aren't always witnessing the Black figure in the ways that we anticipate. We're not getting entry into their identity all the time. So we're not able to leap into your images and make decisions about the people inside of it, the ways that photography sometimes provokes. And then Djeneba, in thinking about the ways that you are so focused on the expansive brilliance of Black skin, what I wonder from each of you is how you see, for whom are you making these images, right? So we've made, for time immemorial, images that are meant to make white people see us as more human. And so, and I will admit to having said and really believe, if you don't know we're human now, like I can't convince you. How many times are we going to throw Black genius at this problem? So my question is, for whom are you making your images?
You want my answer? You want
I
the
do.
institutional answer?
I want your answer, please.
You know, this touches a very sensitive spot for me, because as I sort of, I'm 34 now. I've been sort of making images since like 22 or something, or you know, like showing, exhibiting, and the one thing that almost always comes back every time is this, you know, similar question. And even when I was making those images, I never thought about like the white audience. You know what I mean? When I finally showed my first exhibition in Chelsea, I remember reading comments or like, you know, these reviews that came out like right after the opening, which was like, these are urban portraits. You know, these are just friends of mine, creatives, New York, you know, people that were living in New York. And the reason why I photographed them against Black backdrop was because I wanted to take them away from any environmental context that would place them in these sort of urban landscapes or whatever. And I wasn't really interested in that aspect of it. I was just interested in beauty. I was interested in youth culture and everything else. So for me, like I've never had to consider the white, respectfully, consider the white gaze as an audience that I have to sort of consider in order to do what I want to do for my people.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Please.
Yeah, I never like go into a photo shoot of mine being like, I'm Black and I have to, yeah, it's never, it's that's never been like a part of my practice, I would say. For me, I think I take pictures just for myself. It's like it makes me feel seen. I feel the most confident. I feel like making art is courageous. I feel like it's messy. I don't know. It's really hard to do to put together a shoot. And I think for most of my life, I've been like shy and to myself and just like one sort of way. But when I'm shooting, like Arielle shooting, I feel like I'm my best self. And I feel like yeah, that was kind of like the beginning of me shooting, was just, this makes me feel the best and the most, and I want to do this forever. I never really went into it like thinking about politics. Like that wasn't my, and I think that's maybe why my photos look the way they do. They're just like an expression of my experiences. They're basically self-portraits of myself without me being in the photo. Like I see myself, which is something that I said when I was like 14. I remember being like, I want to take what is a portrait? Like, what is a portrait anyway? Like, what can a portrait be? Like, can I take a picture of myself and see my experiences, my emotions, my sadness, my isolation, my joy, my, like all the, as one person can be so many things in one photo. What does that look like?
Yeah.
And I think my photos are that. But yeah, I feel like they're always, like, what is Black art? Is Black art like Black people in the frame, or is it a Black person taking the photo? Like, is it a style? Yeah, it's always like a conversation, I guess. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Djeneba, I mean, what Arielle just said also seems to me to connect to you, because your photos tend to be so intimate, and you've spoken about creating these sort of inner landscapes that you then want to represent so that other people can also think about their own inner landscapes. So
Yes, for me, taking pictures is actually the primary goal is for the people that I photograph. I'm not talking for jobs, I'm talking personal projects. It's always either somebody that has reached out to me, or someone that I meet, or somebody that has a story that triggers the photo shoot. So I don't even do it for myself so much, because the biggest joy is to actually say to that person, yes, we'll do this, and then try to find the layers within their story. And then a lot of times, those people actually became seen and became models or got big jobs. Even back in the days, this was 2015, even 16, I think, where I did some intergenerational stories with an older person and a young person, which now we see everywhere. But at the time, it wasn't like that. And I captured these people in photographs, and suddenly they became represented by agencies, whether before they were rejected, no, sorry, you're too old, or that. And then actually I have a friend in the audience today where in 2015 we try to do this project for mental health. So as you know, this is a subject now that is really wide, and there is a lot of problems, but at the time nobody, especially for Black people, anybody, like nobody wanted to represent mental health. So we did that project, which was beautiful. I tried to translate her emotions, and this is going to be a project that we still eventually one day are going to finish. But back in the days when we submitted the project, of course, I had no name or nothing. This was rejected everywhere. So those things, those projects for me are the pictures that I actually shoot that are not work, are for the people that I photograph. It's always inspired by their story, or, it's very personal to me because of them also.
thank you. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, I've been, I think the photos that are in the exhibition are like from 5 years ago. This has been a long running exhibition, like really and we were talking earlier that I've gotten older obviously, and I definitely feel like these images were Arielle just trying to like figure myself out.
Yes.
But I feel like now I definitely am wondering what my imagery would look like if, instead of like shooting from a place of like, oh, I'm, depression and trying to just, what if I like shot it from a place of like self-love and what that would look like. And also just, taking pictures of people who like just a certain type. There's just so many things that I could do now that I feel like just taking pictures for other people, seeing other people's essence, because I feel like I've conquered my own, and now I can like be like, okay, like who are you or what's going? Yeah, so I understand. Yeah,
It's deep, but so I had the confidence in me already to know who I am. So, but I think it's a process.
Totally. To get to be like, okay, I'm good. Like I see I know who I am. No one's gonna sway me. I can do this. Okay, let's try something new.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, for me, it's like I see the beauty in those people and I want the world to see it. So, but it's a process.
Yes. Yeah. Totally.
But thinking about what would your work look like, were you approaching it in a different way, brings us to a perfect way to sort of round out the conversation before we open it up for Q&A. What are you working on now? What is really compelling you? Whom are you thinking alongside? Antwaun earlier was really thinking about how do you make your collaborations or your artistic lineage visible. So what's going on for you now?
A lot.
Yeah.
This show has given me it's emotional kind of for me at least, because I met Antwaun in 2017. He interviewed me for The New Yorker, which was like one of my first like big just interviews. He was like, yeah, do you want to be in a book? Just emailed me off. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. And now I'm like here, and it's just crazy. And it's my career and it's my job. Never, like, so much has happened. But now that I feel like, I had $0, like as an artist, I think a lot of people can relate. Like you have $0, like doubt, like you're broke. Yeah. We've all been there, like skipping meals.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like So, I used what I had. I knew I could go outside. Mm-hmm. I knew I had $20. I can go to Goodwill and find like a $1 pair of pants, and did what I did. And now that it's like my job and my career, like I have an apartment, like, oh my God, like I have time to just be slower, which, geez, like I feel like I can just be slower and like figure out what coffee cup I'm going to use in the mornings. My time is my own. Like, I just feel like this year, especially, I feel like I can just kind of breathe and just, again, be present, but be even more moment to moment than I've ever been, and slower than I've ever been in my life. So I feel like I'm basically just continuing to just fall in love with as many things as possible.
Maybe
when people
soon
ask me
you'll
that,
be wearing those clothes for Black women at rest in the Maldives. Like,
yes, yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like it's. Yeah, I just want to continue to fall in love. I'm always in love. Photography has given me that. Like, I feel like I'm always in love with it. Like, just, yeah. So when people ask me that, like, what projects are, it's like, yes, I have projects. I am always, like, shooting and doing stuff, but I try to, like, bring it back to the essence of when I was younger. It's like, I'm just falling in love with as many things as possible. Like, locations, people, clothing, I don't know, like tiny things, like the grass, I don't know, just anything. So that's
that pause.
Yeah, just that's kind of where I'm at.
It's important to stay curious.
Yeah, a student stay curious.
None of us are really that old, and one of the things that I try to
remind myself is like, the older you get, the more you know you don't know shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's like, I try to say as least things possible now, because I'm like, I don't know. Maybe like in a year I might look back at this and think, why did I think that? You know?
Yeah.
So it could be crippling, but I think it's also like our way of just sort of having that gutter to make sure like we're not going, you know, this way or the other. You know?
Right. Yeah. That's why I'm like, I'm just looking around, seeing things I like. Oh, I could shoot there. Yeah, that's it. But it's been really nice. This whole thing. Yeah. This whole experience.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
For me, it's always going to be to not fit in any boxes that people want me in. So expansion, collaboration, finding meaningful people to collaborate with, reinventing myself, reframing, always expanding into a better person, into, curious, like you said, into just creating from a place for me from the heart. So
Getting to know yourself.
always.
Yeah, always. Not being afraid of
Yeah,
of
exactly.
all the parts of yourself. Yeah, which is hard. Yeah, but photography helps. It helps me put, the good, the ugly, the whatever. I can just put it there and I'm like, there. I got it. But yeah.
And I think it's really clear, like in thinking about this image of Daniel, how invested you are in the person that you are capturing. So I'm imagining that that's continuing as sort of the center of the work, and then it's the experimentation around that.
Always. So people see my images sometimes and might think, oh, it's a pretty picture. They have no idea about the conditions sometimes, the story, that person that's on the picture. Everything has a story behind it. Sometimes I don't necessarily say that story. I let people perceive what they perceive. But a lot of times people might say, oh yeah, it's a pretty picture. It's very deep when I do a picture. It's not, especially for someone like that, was kind of, his story is like, he wants to be half male, half female. He has both energies. There is a lot of, but he's a king as well. There is so much going on. So for me, I'm always going to be invested in connecting with the people from a place of heart forever.
Thank you, Djeneba. And then Awol,
The question was,
it was what are you thinking about doing, working on now, or thinking about, the collaborations that are really important to you and working with now?
I like collaborating.
You're showing in London, right now?
Yeah. Well, right now I'm actually in a really good place. Like I love putting out work that you've labored over for whatever period of time. And then I love coming back to my studio, like you were saying, like reinventing yourself. And so I'm at that point again where I'm like, I just made this show like basically for the past year and a half. It's out in London right now. It's been pretty fair. I had like a talk the night before the opening, and their perspective. I was having a conversation with, I forgot who it was. Everybody's masked up. I can't tell who I was talking to. There you are. And I was just saying, like, their perspective is so much different about, like, this notion of blackness. And so it was a moment for me to kind of, talk about what I know and what I've experienced, and then for them to kind of, I don't want to say correcting, because it's not, I wasn't saying anything that was wrong, but it was a way for me to kind of, have a feedback loop, and that was so important for me. So now I'm like back in the studio, and I'm like thinking about, okay, like what's the next thing? Like, how do I go? Like, where do I go from here, right? Because I think that should be the question that we should all ask ourselves is, what's next, and how can I sort of push the bar? And I think it's important. Also, I know because like you're young, and I just see you as like someone I want to like nurture. To always stay curious. don't be afraid to take risk on your own ideas and your own visions, and that's something that I've like fought for forever. Like it's so interesting hearing you talking about like how it was difficult for you. And I'm telling you, like, I used to do these Vice shoots for like $300, but I didn't do it for them. I did it because I really loved the people that I was photographing, and they were actually my subjects before they came and asked me to do a feature on them. You know what I mean? So
a lot of
you know what I mean. So like, just staying invested in your vision, and just it doesn't have to be about money, because when it becomes like when money gets involved, then it kind of ruins everything.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh my
but
God.
I'm just saying that to everyone, to young people listening or whoever.
Yeah.
It's important to stay true to your vision. You know?
Yeah, I did some wild jobs, like, but not like I was a paparazzi at like a theater, like opening. Like I was like in, I don't know why. Yeah, and then I did like galas. I did like I took pictures of this hotel one time in Times Square where I don't know, for their social media. I did so many random things. So for everyone, you don't just like get to it's so much. Yeah,
You don't come out of the box and you're like, oh, career.
No, yeah, and it's been all of my life, I guess, since I was 14. So like 14 years of my life, I've been shooting and taking pictures. But I think also, I feel like I am like comfortable, and I have like an apartment and I have my things and I'm moving slower, but like for me, like creating work in art is being uncomfortable a little bit, like in the sense that like you, like just being curious about the unknown or what you don't understand yet. So I think I still try to like try new things, and new to me personally, as someone who just like wants to stay in her comfort zone, like stubborn Taurus Arielle, just like wants to like be comfy all the time and stay in her bed and stuff. I'm like, no, you have to like get out and try new things. So it's a balance, definitely.
Absolutely.
Of just
It's the generative adventure, then the self-care taking.
Yeah, but I think it's nice because with art, I feel like I've made a place where there's no pressure. It's art. There's no rules. There's no rules. So I never really tried to. It's just the one place for me where I can just do whatever I please, and there's no judgment. And that's so nice to have as someone who thinks a lot, or like is always thinking about, oh, how does that other person feel? Like, oh, just is constantly thinking, to have a space where I can just like be whatever I want in the moment and create however I want in the moment, and that's okay.
Yes.
And it's nice, and the photos are great because I think they are.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Yeah.
And there's no question.
Good.
That's
And with
sick.
that, I think we need to. That's the closer.
Yeah. Okay.
So that we can open it up for questions. I think we have a few minutes, so maybe one or two questions. Or how many minutes? I find. Oh, I do. Sorry, somebody told me 2:00. I apologize. Still have 20 minutes. Oh, so we can still.
Oh yeah.
More minutes to chat. So.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
So we do still have more time. Apologies, everyone.
Yeah.
But no. So yes.
Yeah. So I think
Opening
if you're making art, if you're like, people are always, I don't know. I've just given myself space to just. It's just the one space for me that I can just do whatever I want. Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what my thought was. I don't even know what I was talking about. Like, where did I get?
How great you
How
are.
great?
and
How great I
free-
am.
Yes.
How great I am.
Yes. But the notion of you being the barometer,
yes.
you being the barometer of your work's greatness, rather than it being something else, is really important.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's no rules. That's my favorite thing about art. Yeah.
But thinking about that freedom, there still are always the outside. So maybe each of you might speak about what are the greatest opportunities you've spoken about of your practice, but what are some of the greatest challenges or the challenges that still attend, because you're each in a different space of your careers. So the challenges may shift over time, or maybe they're the same and they change in degree.
Yeah, my photos, I started out just like taking pictures of friends and people I meet on Instagram. I didn't really care about like you have to be a model for photo. I was like, I just want people who are open to, working with me. I shot outside. I just had me, my camera, the sun, and some clothes, and I just have a big bag and just walk. That's how I shot. All the stuff you've probably seen is just me alone outside with my subjects. And I got signed to an agency, management artist, and they're like, yeah, so you're going to Paris tomorrow. You're going to shoot for a Nike. And I'm like, what? What are you?
What are those words?
What? Like it's gonna be indoors in the studio, and yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm like, okay, sure, yeah. That was weird, and yeah, that was kind of definitely like a learning curve for me, of just people not thinking I have anything to bring to the table, maybe. People never think I'm the photographer when I go on set. I think I'm like the assistant of the style, something, or I think a lot of people, at least what I've noticed, that they like to try to tell me who I am, which is weird. Like you should, you're too nice, or like you are this or you're that or da, da, da. Or they're like, oh, I should be where you are, or like stuff. I've had some just very strange conversations that I know isn't about me. It's about, them. But it's still, it's
Still a challenge.
Yeah. But it doesn't like make me feel any less than. I just, you know what I mean? But it's still kind of like, oh, okay. Because again, I didn't have any. I don't know if you guys. I don't know. I didn't have any expectations on what photography would like be. I didn't like. Oh, a photographer is this, and I'll be that.
Right.
Like I never. I was just like, I love photos. Like I love taking pictures. That's what I love to do. It makes me feel the most. So, this is what I'm gonna do. And I think there was a long like history of like. The people that were my assistants and were helping me with lighting and stuff were like older than me, and so they had like Annie Leibovitz like vision of like this is what photography is, and I'm like, no, like this is like my set, like this is what we're gonna do, like why does it doesn't have to be what you like, it's different now, like we're and I'm like proud that I'm in that position. But it's still kind of like I'm still trying, shy Arielle. I'm still trying to like say things in the moment when I feel them on set, which I'm really, really working on. Which some people, I don't know, you guys are better at. But yeah, there's a lot of challenges, definitely a lot of changes that have been happening. But yeah, I don't know, you guys.
Sorry, what was the point?
It was we're just thinking about either at this stage in your career, what are some of the challenges that might persist, or are there new ones that crop up? What are the ways that you are continue with this?
Challenges are constant. I expect them. I like to use them as a way to it's like evolve, or like I like problem solving, and I think part of image making is problem solving, which is why they're flying you to Paris, because they can't do it. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
There's a lot of power in that. There's a lot of power in what you're saying about, these older assistants who've had this fixed notion of like, this is what image is, or this is how we used to do it back in the heyday. And it's like, I don't give a shit. Like this is,
it's like.
But I would also say there is history. I'm a big fan of like knowing, your history. Like, yes, I could walk on set and talk my shit because I know exactly where I am, because I knew exactly who I had to study to get there. You know what I'm saying? So we can be,
larger than life on our own sets, but we also have to be sort of respectful of the people that came before us, because without them, us specifically can't be there as fast, because there are moments where I felt like it took me 10 years to get to, to do one shoot at $300. You know what I'm saying? So imagine the people that, whose shoulders we stand on. You know what I mean? So it's just good for us to kind of have that perspective all the time. But I don't know if that answered the question.
It did. It's thinking
All
about,
right.
yeah, you're thinking about what history are you getting into,
Yes,
and
yes.
having to have that deep
Yes.
knowledge. I advocate for that as well.
Yeah.
I can't undo the archive until I know the
Right,
archive.
right,
I
right.
can't undo the thinking unless
Right.
I know the thinking. I can't take Foucault to task unless I know Foucault.
Right.
It's annoying, yet true. Djeneba, so thinking about...
I think I relate 100% to what you were saying. Challenges are constant. But it's like you said too. It's a way of growing, because once you encounter challenges, you can change. You can not change yourself, but evolve. And you cannot change the challenges. You can change your response to the challenges. It's you take a challenge and you make something amazing out of it. Okay, you're gonna give me this crap. I'm gonna bang some shit out. You just have to take it and make it something amazing. It doesn't matter what people say. You have the choice to respond to it in whatever way you want. So for me, the challenges they come, they go, they sometimes are intense, and I always have a moment of oh my God, I don't know if I can do this, but yeah, I can do it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to can we thank our panelists? And now we have some time for question and answer. Give Demetri the mic. If you have any questions.
Speechless. I love it.
We do so people at home can hear you.
Hi. I was just curious, how do you choose what medium to print your photos on? Like, how do you decide I'm going to print it on this kind of paper or on that kind of material?
For me, it depends on the larger concept of work. So I've printed on just about anything. I remember I did a series of reclining Venuses. And for whatever reason, because of the interiors that these images were made in, I just felt that this new paper that I was introduced to called Fujiflex, it's very glossy. I think it was used in advertising for the most part. It just looked so rich, and my colors were so vivid. And I chose that paper for that specific reason. And then now I'm printing on Honorag photo. I'm not dropping names. I'm just being I want to be helpful to you. Because it may not work for you. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I use. And it's a matte paper. And I like what it does when I frame it. So again, you have to sort of consider the final output, and the concept, because if I print glossy images of the works that I'm doing now, it just won't hit the same. You know what I mean? Maybe to the larger audience it wouldn't, but I know that deep down inside it just doesn't make sense,
It's like your research. I mean, it's pretty simple. Yeah. I mean, I use my work is very colorful, and I know that metallic paper helps bring out the colors, and so I'm like, okay, that's great. I'll use that. That's pretty much it.
And for me, it just depends what kind of work, because different pictures, different colors. For me, it's always an emotional response. It's nothing academic. It's I have an emotional response to things. So if I do a certain aspect of the work and it looks more painterly, then I'll choose a paper, probably like a burrita or even more like a rag. But if it has certain metallic qualities, then I will choose a paper that has a little bit of that, so it kind of shines in a certain way. So I don't limit myself to deciding which paper. It depends which work, what for, And what's the purpose, what's the emotion that has to come out of the image?
Hello, hi, I have a question. I'm still working through what exactly or how exactly to word it, so bear with me. But I'm thinking about how as Black artists we're making from a pure space where we're not considering like a white gaze or making for white people. But I'm curious to hear your opinions on or your thoughts behind where the work ends up, like even if you're not conscious of that when you're making it, like the outlets in which this image will live, either representing a global brand or in a white institution, like where it lives after you, even if you're not consciously thinking about that while making. How do you reconcile and negotiate that in your mind where it ends up and how it will be removed of context and now it's living in this like white space and could be perceived a totally different way than what you intended? Like, do you think about that? Like, the outlets in which the work eventually ends up. From when you were creating it, it was from a pure space where you weren't thinking about a white gaze or things of that nature. Hopefully that makes sense.
I'm gonna need a minute because I got an answer for you. No, really? Oh man. I think about this all the time, and the higher you get, right, the worse it is because. I mean, I've had. I mean, I hope this doesn't air. Like, I hope it stays in this room. But
No, it's
fuck it. Sorry for the children here. But look, listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all because like that's a real concern, and I really do think about this, and I hope Antwaun is here or not.
No.
But look, I've had pieces bought by people that I, didn't. I mean, most of the collectors I don't really know. And then on top of that, sometimes it ends up in an institution where like Black people don't have access to it, right? Like, or like the type of people that I make the work for. And to that, I will say there's not much that I could do. But can we land on that last image?
The last one?
Yeah, the diptych. So for me, it should be the other way around. But that's fine. But for me, it's in the work. So it's like if you're that dangerous to put like that, then by all means, you know what I'm saying? But it's again, it's like there's nothing that we can do as artists because we do have to make a living. We do have to support ourselves. We do have to have, keep the lights on to have the practice that we have. But at the same time, it's it is this conscious thing that I keep in my work. I remember 2019. You were saying something earlier, and I really wanted to interject to kind of share this bit. But 2019 was like a very interesting kind of time for me in my life. I was about to be a father. I had gotten a studio visit from like an institution, and I was really like excited that I was finally going to be in this show, and that never panned, and I still had all this work like kind of prepared, and I was like, the last thing I want to do is go to Chelsea and show it. So what I did was I initially wanted to show it in the projects, in this. I grew up in Andrew Jackson houses in the Bronx, and I wanted to get a room like the old apartment that we lived out of, a 3-bedroom apartment, and do a show there, like get like, institutional style like show in the projects as a way to bring the work to the hood, and that didn't happen because like the vacancy rate is very low. But my parents live on 170th Street in the Bronx, so I found an apartment, luckily like a first floor walk up. So I just took that. I talked to my gallerist. I was like, look, I'm not doing a show here. Like, if people want to come see my work, they're gonna have to come to the Bronx and see it. And so the people that came, I mean, it wasn't too many. People were not thrilled that they had to go all the way to the Bronx to see this thing, right? But the people that came to support that show are people that I'd love, forever, because it showed me like who really cared about like my practice and who really cared about like the larger conversation. It's easy to show up into a Chelsea opening and like get your pictures taken and post on IG, blah blah blah. But it's like no one is trying to really take it back to the community and really do it. And I'm not patting myself on the back for this. I'm just saying that's something that I would want my peers to also consider in the midst of all these great opportunities around the world. So.
The question, say it
too hard
again.
in English.
It's too hard in English.
Sorry, I didn't mean to suck the air out of the room.
No. I'm just kidding. I just want to think. I
It's
just
real
want to
shit.
take it
It's
in.
real shit. I'm telling you, yo. Like it's a lot of people don't talk about it because
It's the reality of this world, and I don't know. I don't have a right answer for it. I'm aware of these things, and I don't know at this moment in time how I could control the outcomes of where my picture ends. I know I always try as best as I can, but right this second, maybe in a year, I will have an answer for you. But right now, I can only do the best to produce images that tell those stories, and that's right now. I can't answer that question, but it's in my consciousness, and I will always work towards, something that can be like, I can't say it in English. You see, that's where French is a problem. But yeah, thank you for that question. That's a super important question.
I think we have time for one more question. Want to rock, paper, scissors?
This is a great discussion, so thank you so much. I had a question about any advice you have for making yourself visible and the importance of representation, both commercial and in the fine art world.
I would say I always tell everyone, just like get to know yourself, like know who you are. Because there's no, I mean, this is kind of corny, but there's no one like you. You're the only you. So the more, because a lot of my friends and stuff who are also photographers are like, oh, I don't shoot like every day, or I'm not shooting every week. And I'm like, okay, but like, are you present when you're experiencing your life and really taking in everything that you've been through, I don't know, there's just so much that goes into being who you are. And I think that's the one thing that will make your work be unique, individual. Just know who you are. I think that's the key to being an artist. Just know who you are. No. Do you guys have?
I say be authentic to yourself, and doesn't matter what people say. It just comes back to what Arielle is saying. For me, I don't care what people perceive of me or put me in that box or that box. I know who I am, and the work that I do, despite everything, will be true to who I am. So I feel like if you do that constantly without trying to, it's hard in this world to try not to compromise yourself, but if you stay authentic to yourself as best as you can, it will show eventually.
Yeah.
I agree with both of you wholeheartedly. And I would add, be bold in the beginning, be daring. And once you sort of hit a plateau, then sort of put all the focus back into the work and not, because I feel like we live in a very interesting time where social media has made it extremely difficult to be sort of reclusive, like I grew up like understanding like David Hammons is like the man, like you don't want to be out, you don't want to be over explaining your work, etc. But now, it's so difficult. I mean, this is across every sort of genre, like writers, poets, everybody has to have some sort of presence online. Yes. And it sort of, we were talking about this earlier about the mystique, and I was saying to her, I was like, I kind of like that people don't really know your face behind the work, and like you should preserve that, I mean, I just think it's cool. Okay. But again, it all depends on what your sort of final goal is, right? Like if you want to be like, taking selfies with Paris Hilton, then you're going to have to be like one of those people, like doing TikToks and doing all that shit. But if that's not your goal and it should be about the work, do what it takes to be visible, be bold, show your work to the right people. I mean, and you got to understand also, like a lot of us, we got lucky. Like I can't tell you how to do it. I got lucky, and so that's not to be taken lightly either. So yeah, there's a lot of luck involved in all this.
Definitely.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. So it's on that idea about visibility, and I know nobody cares what curators think, but for us, we need you to be able to talk about the work and then be reclusive after. It's really true. I don't need you to have a TikTok, but I need you to be able to talk about it. But with that, thank you so much, Djeneba, Arielle, and Awol.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much to the panelists. I'm going to ask you to please join us in the second floor gallery for a performance by Rashad times Soul Nubian. And then we will be back here. Where's, oh. It will be back here at 2:45. So it's like a 20-minute performance. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Our final panel on representation is moderated by Dr. Jacqueline Francis. Jackie is the author of Making Race, Modernism and Racial Art in America in 2011, and co-editor of Romare Bearden, American Modernists in 2011. Among her many museum catalog essays are those on Alma Thomas, Bob Thomas, Romare Bearden, Micheline Thomas, and Ralph Arnold. Jackie is joined by Adrienne Raquel and Clifford Prince King. Adrienne Raquel is an image maker and art director working between New York and Los Angeles. Inspired by femininity, soulfulness, and color, Adrienne's work is rooted in nostalgia and fantasy while remaining fresh and contemporary. Exhibitions include Aperture's new Black Vanguard, Jeffrey Deitch, Shattered Glass Miami, and Micheline Thomas's Better Nights at Miami's Bass Museum. Adrienne's first solo exhibition, Onyx, was on view at Fotografiska New York in 2021. Photographed over the course of 2020, Onyx highlights the artistic balance of exotic dancing, athleticism, and sisterhood at one of Houston, Texas's most famous nightclubs. Clifford Prince King is an artist living and working in New York and Los Angeles. King documents his intimate relationships in traditional, everyday settings that speak on his experience as a queer Black man. In these instances, communion begins to morph into an offering of memory. It is how he honors and celebrates the reality of layered personhood. Within King's images are nods to the beyond. Shared offerings to the past manifest in codes hidden in plain sight, known only to those who sit within a shared space of knowledge. All right, and I will turn it over to you.
Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Demetri, for that warm welcome and for those kind introductions. So, as we know, our panel is going to be about the topic of representation. So we're going to get into it, and we want you to get into it as well. We're looking forward to hearing your ideas about this concept. That way? Oh, okay. It looks a little pixelated. Okay. Yeah.
I think it looks like that because we're so close.
Yeah. I didn't use this too much. It's a little wrapping around and yeah. Well, Maybe you can start us off, Adrienne, as a professional.
Gotcha. So what about the changes?
Yeah.
As in,
What kind of transformations have there been in terms of how you see the sector in which you work? What kind of things are different maybe than when you first started, or maybe even before you became a professional?
got it. So I think with me and my work and the opportunities that I receive, obviously I am a Black woman, I'm a Black woman artist, Black woman photographer. So from day one, you know, when it comes to my work and even being hired or commissioned for fashion jobs or commercial jobs, editorials, etc., they've always, you know, circulated around the notion of Black beauty, specifically photographing Black women, and now currently within the past year, Black men, which I'm very excited about. What I will say is that in my experience, and I tend to be a person that's very, how do I say this? I'm kind of in my own bubble. So some fashion things I'm aware of, and then there are others that I'm not. But I will speak from my experience that within the work that I've created, I've been afforded the opportunity to really, you know, highlight our beauty and capture us to the finest degree. And I think within the commercial space that I work within fashion magazines such as V and Elle and other publications like Vanity Fair, Rolling Stone, etc., the representation of Blackness has been there for me because that's primarily what I shoot.
Right.
I don't know if that was a good answer.
Yeah, that's a great start. Thank
Yeah.
you. Clifford, thinking about your work, and maybe or maybe not, has it been influenced by things that you've seen that present themselves as fashion photography? Do you feel like you've seen changes in the industry, changes in the things you consume, maybe as a reader?
I'm not really, I mean, I've done some fashion stuff in the past, but what I first think about is I think with my work, I get approached to kind of to remake my work with a certain brand. So I feel like there's a lot of grace, which I'm grateful for, and some trust. As of now, I don't really have much to compare it to because I wasn't really doing any of that work before the pandemic. And so I think there's a little more grace and faith when it comes to newer emerging artists. But that also, I've noticed that it's like a risk that I feel like should be taken if you want to be innovative. I feel like a lot of fashion tries to play it safe because of like budgeting, and they want to just kind of resort to what they know as far as like who to hire because they know that they'll just get the job done and move on. And you know, editors and they're focusing on so many things at once that it's easier to just default to the same like token Black photographer or designers to kind of be inclusive still, but they're not really doing like the research that I feel like creates like innovation. So I think we're getting there, right? I mean, yeah, I think it depends on the season, like fashion, you know.
Fashion
Like,
has its
right.
trends.
Let's see,
Yeah, I
like
agree.
there might be another event that kind of brings us into like the season that we'd like to, not like, but you know, it's fashion. I feel like is a response to culture, and sometimes it can be dormant, and then other times it can be really flourishing. But it depends on what's going on and how we react to certain things.
Adrienne, you were about to jump in with something as well about that?
Oh no, I just fully agree with what Clifford saying. Yeah.
So thinking about your interventions as a photographer who's thinking about photography not only as art and craft, but as something that's aestheticized and beautiful. Can you tell us a little bit, Clifford, you can start us off with, again, expanding on the sort of introduction that Demetri gave us about your goals, your objectives in terms of aestheticizing the subjects, the folks, the people that you photograph.
Well, I photograph lots of mainly my work focuses around queer Black men, and also trans women and gender nonconforming folks. But I think, did you say aesthetics or did I make that up?
I said aesthetics, but
Okay.
if you want to say another term, or if that term is something you want us to kind of put to the side or not use, that's good too.
Okay. A lot of the work that I make is in like personal spaces, often like domestic spaces that are kind of empty. Photographers, they have studios, or their studios are just kind of their surroundings. And so I kind of just try to create like the space that I have like, living or friends' houses as the studio. So I think I just try to highlight people's spaces. I think I kind of went off on a different.
No.
But as far as like, I mean, just capturing the everyday life, and I think there's just the period of time where I guess you can reference like Dina Lawson, where there's like kind of like this deconstructive interior of like a Black home that I feel like became a really like used like aesthetic in fashion. Can you know what I'm talking about? Kind of like the washing machine, and then there's like a couple, or like there's like a curtain, and maybe like the blinds are a little messy, or so that's what I was just thinking about when you said aesthetics. But then also finding beauty in those spaces because they're familiar. Whether it's like your grandmama's house in Fort Louisiana, or you're kind of putting fashion in place in that surrounding area, but you're also kind of paying homage to, your past and where you come from. But then that kind of builds this entire layer of identity as well.
And do you feel like you're also paying homage, Adrienne? You're also working from the fashion of the everyday, which then makes itself into what you might be doing as fashion photography?
I think to a certain degree, yes. And then I think on another degree for my work is very stylized. And I, initially, when it comes to my photography or just creativity in general, I mean, I've been shooting for a long time. I'm self-taught. But when it comes to the work that I produce, I come from a very corporate background. So I think my approach into doing things is because of that, is very stylized. Most times I shoot in studio. Most times everything, I hate to use the word fabricated, but in a sense my work is highly stylized. It's often fabricated in the sense of every element is controlled, between lighting to set design to styling to overall vibe. And I think whereas Clifford's work, like, I think his work is gorgeous, and it's really, you like go into the environment, you really get that true feeling, whereas my work is very much like created, if that makes sense. Like, it's all
the fantasy
of it all. So I think with that being said, I definitely take day-to-day inspiration and from experiences and things like that, but yeah, my work is very like fantasy based, I guess. Yeah.
So this is a question for both of you too, and talking about representation, that is to say, to present something, to depict something, to show something. Can you talk a little bit more, both of you, about what you feel that you're bringing to this vast field of visual cultural representation that either is lacking or just not represented enough?
I think what I'm bringing to the overall industry is just the presence of being a Black woman photographer. I don't know how many sets I've been on where, I'm meeting Black models or Black talent for the first time, and they're pulling me aside, saying, "You're the first Black woman I've ever been photographed by." I mean, the amount of people who pulled me aside and said that is nuts to me. So I think just that alone, honestly, is quite paramount. And also, with the shoots that I do, I have like a very high level involvement in every single facet of everything. So I think being able to show up and be myself and to represent for, the Black women creators out there and be really like authentically myself, and also like tell people what I want, what doesn't look right, what looks good, what doesn't, all in the matter of like also making sure that my subjects feel comfortable and they feel loved, they feel the trust, they feel the vulnerability, that they feel good enough to let their guard down and be expressive in front of my lens is a wonderful thing. But I think honestly, just walking in some of these rooms and these studios and these meetings and being just part of the conversation is just really just like, wow. Because there's not many of us doing it on this level. And, specifically for a lot of Black women artists, or just a lot of Black creators in general, this was something that was being said earlier, but there's just a lot of firsts that are happening that it's just crazy and for it to be 2023, So I hope I answered that well, but yeah.
For me, I feel like I make work for my younger self. Because like growing up, I didn't really see or have a visual image of like queer people or like two Black men loving each other. I know there's like Marlon Riggs and Essex Hemphill and Giovanni's Room, but I think I wasn't able to access that, or didn't have an older person to kind of like give me those tools or show me things that would have kind of helped me process a lot of like what I was trying to understand about myself. So I think now I try to, document my growth, either like self-portrait or someone that I'm seeing, or someone just like my experience navigating my sexuality, identity, just like for the sake of others who might, not have that, like the understanding that sort of like that lifestyle is possible, or that it looks as beautiful as it is. Because I think, with the AIDS epidemic, like the only real image you have is they're really grotesque and, death and like disease. And I feel like, I tried to make it just like easier for like people to understand like that there's so much beauty in those spaces, and just like normalizing those connections and the queer community.
Yeah, because you talked about imagining yourself as an audience, and I think, Adrienne, you're tapping into that as well. I wanted to ask a question that maybe we didn't fully think about, but maybe we can in this moment, which is the audiences that see your work. How do they respond to it? How do they respond to you as makers? Can you talk a little bit about any kind of engagements that you've had in terms of reception and feedback?
Sure. I feel like the reception I've received, over these past few years, I think as a creative, as an artist rather, I've always been super involved in all things, whether I was drawing, painting, photography, trying to make clothes. I mean, I've kind of done a little bit of everything. But I think within the past, I'll say within my career, or at least within the past 5 years, I think that a lot of my growth and expansion within my career has really just come from the support that I've gotten. Because a lot of the jobs I've shooted, the opportunities I've been afforded, it just comes by people who genuinely love my work, or they put in a good word, or they just I have so many people that also pull me aside as like, I just want to see you win, And I think up until this point, like I love going on these shoots and doing these things, but I think what really stands out to me the most is the amount of love that I get from supporters who are of all ages, you know, men, women, teenagers, of all different races as well. I mean, I'm always quite blown away because sometimes I think for me, I get so lost in the mode of just go, 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 go. And I was just having this conversation with Arielle earlier, is that like sometimes I forget what I'm actually doing. You know, I don't take time to really process the things that are going on, or until I have moments like these where I can actually kind of reflect on, you know, what's going on. So to have people that genuinely like love you and love what you create and like support you is amazing. And I feel like I've had nothing but support from day one.
Well, I think the audience too will give you some love for that too. Clifford, your broader audience, in addition to the audience of the young Clifford Prince King, what kind of responses have you gotten? What kind of feedback? What kind of engagement do you have?
I get really like overwhelmed when it comes to like compliments or talking about things. So I kind of just like audiences are kind of, I don't even know how to put this, but lots of good feedback and people like the work, which is nice. But it's just interesting because I do it for me, but it just feels really special when others can appreciate it and kind of know what I'm talking about, like visually, without having to say much. And I think a lot of creatives have a hard time, you know, giving themselves like compliments or treating themselves, well, maybe me in general, like imposter syndrome a little bit, you know, like, and that's something that I'm trying to like move away from. But yeah, I feel like I'm speaking, you know, to the people who necessarily don't feel like they have a place to thrive in their spaces because of their identity or lack of understanding how to process or move forward with the information that they're receiving. And I think I really hope that like I can dismantle like a lot of stigma around HIV and just like build like a visual understanding of like that, like my particular life, and help someone or people, you know. Yeah.
I know when we talked on the phone, Adrienne said that she had seen some of your work, Clifford, and admired it. Did you want to say anything in addition to what just Clifford just said about why and how his work is being received? How do you receive his work?
Yeah, Clifford, I think, well, I told you this when I saw you on our chat the other day. The first time I actually, like I said, you guys, I'm literally under a rock here. But the first time I saw your work printed in large format was actually at the Shattered Glass Miami exhibition. And I entered on, it was like the third floor, I think.
It was a big place.
It was a huge venue, guys. But anyway, I walk up and I'm like walking around and I see, I think you had a series. And what stood out to me was the portrait of the two people under the woman,
like in a blanket.
Under the blanket, and then also it was like she had like honey blonde. Yeah, I was just like, who is this? The tones, everything, the narrative. Like I actually felt something when I looked at it. So it's really beautiful. Yeah, like, and what I love too about your work is it's pretty. You have a style. It's like recognizable when you see it. Even when I've seen your work on IG, I was like, oh, yep, I was right. Yeah, you can. It's gorgeous. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I hope to maybe allow you two to converse amongst each other too, as opposed to me firing questions at you. But here's another question. I mean, I think about some of the conversation that we've had today, and in terms of this idea of history. Do you feel like what you're doing in terms of the image making, not just only in terms of first, but the kind of representation that you're making. Is it historical?
Absolutely. I think so, yeah.
Walk into that one. It's like a big curveball.
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. Specifically, and I hate to go back to the whole being Black thing, but it is because we're creating artworks and photography and visions from our own vision. And I think for so many years, you know, obviously there have been some amazing like historical Black photographers, but you know, in that mix through so many years, like Black people essentially have been portrayed through photographers that weren't Black, you know, through like, you know, mostly white male photographers, etc. So I think to be able to even just like create and capture, you know, our likeness and visions and beauty and differences and all those things just from our point of view is major. Yeah.
I mean, essentially, photographers are just like archivists, just creating, like having like this library of, I mean, do you ever look back on your old photos from however long ago and just see how much there is and like how different you are between like 2017 versus now, and then you just see all this growth, like not just for yourself, but like for the world and the people around you. And so I think that yeah, it's really special. And sometimes it's easy to forget that, but I think when you really sit down and look at the past, you can really, I don't know, see a lot of change and growth, and that's a nice aspect of it.
So both of you are exhibiting artists as well. You know, your work is not only seen on social media, it's not only seen in, popular magazines, et cetera, and print culture, but also in exhibition spaces. What are your hopes for people when they come into the exhibition space? And this could be different depending on where you are in the world. I just think of, you've exhibited in Miami. Clifford, your work is in public collections like the LACMA Museum in LA. What are the kinds of ambitions you have for when your work is shown in these public venues?
I just think it would be so special I always have this image of like a family, like a young Black family going into a museum and just kind of seeing work on the wall that speaks to them. And like they have their children who can see, three queer boys like sharing space in an intimate way that isn't sexualized, that is really beautiful. And just like seeing themselves, like just seeing like the possibility of that, I feel like that's just like this image that I kind of run in my mind. But just changing or just having like stories by Black people like on their own terms being like displayed in spaces that were predominantly white run. Yeah.
Adrienne?
I think for me, when it comes to the exhibitions that I have been in, I think, the ultimate goal is to really shift people's perspectives on beauty. I think the images that I have here in the Black Vanguard, I have Lizzo, I think is the main focus of two of the images. But beautiful woman, and I think, but I want to segue into the solo exhibition that I did at Photographisca in New York in 2021. The whole show was based on a personal project of mine where I went to the strip club in Houston and I shot exotic dancers. And I put them in that museum exhibition. And I think moving forward, the type of work that I'd want to create for exhibitions is that the type of work that shifts people's perspectives. I think with that particular show, I was able to capture those ladies in such a beautiful, literally like a beautiful light, and in such a positive way, I feel like, where, you know, that sort of lifestyle is often looked down upon. People pass a lot of judgments. And I think that was just, I've just captured it in a way to where a lot of people who even walked into the show were like, oh, strippers, what? They walked out and were like, wow, this is different. I understand now. Or these women actually, like, you know, have their own individuality. They have their, like, there's just, I think of it like a different level of like sensuality that I was able to really tap into that did more than sexualize them. And because I feel like I did it in a very tasteful way. So moving forward, I think in the exhibition space, I definitely want to stay true to creating work that does that. Especially with women and Black women, because we can be put in so many different boxes.
I like what you said about in a tasteful way, because I feel like, you know, in the 80s, 90s, a lot of portraits and work surrounding Black bodies were taken by non-Black people, and they were kind of, I guess you can say, like Robert Mapplethorpe and, like, you know, Black men that he was photographing. It was just very fetishized and just, I mean, they're beautiful images, but also like at what cost, or like at what gain for the sitters, you know. And I think for a long time, like, there was no agency with a lot of those sitters, and like what you said with these dancers, like, it's such a craft, but like it's for so long. I think the last few years, it's now they're getting like the recognition they deserve, like FK Twigs, and, you know, you have P Valley, like, you see like the work that goes into that
It's
performance
a lot.
style.
Yeah,
It's
it's
an
a lot
art.
of sisterhood too. It's like a
Right.
whole
It's a safety
other dynamic that no one knows about. Yeah.
Right. And so I think that's been really nice to see, as far as like on TV, like representation of like these like subcultures within like the Black community as well.
And before we open it up to the audience, I wanted to ask you too, do you feel that the people you photograph, when you show them the photographs, what sort of responses do they have to themselves being represented in this powerful medium that is photography?
Okay. I think for a lot of the subjects that I photographed, I've been able to photograph, you know, most times after I shoot, a lot of them pull me aside and just say, you know, you're the most, like, this is the most comfortable, or this is a shoot where I felt the most comfortable. I felt the most seen. I felt beautiful. I felt like I was heard. I felt like I was taken care of. And I've had both men and women pull me aside and say the very same thing. So I think whenever I photographed people, they kind of all have the same response. But I also try to make sure that I go into situations, you know, establishing trust with my subject. And I always, before I shoot anyone, I always tell them, like, I'm here for you. I want you to feel comfortable. If you don't, you let me know. You can never hurt my feelings. Like, speak up, you know? And I'm here to make you look good. So if you don't look good, I don't look good. So I always establish that. And I think, you know, it definitely translates in the work and in the relationships ultimately that I've built with everyone that I photograph, because I've usually photographed them more than once, which is great. Yeah.
For me, people like the photos that I send them, but I think it surprises them sometimes, because I feel like a lot of people will be like, oh, I'm not ready. This is like in my personal work, not so much referring to like being on set or anything, but you know, they'll be like, oh, my hair's not done right, or like I don't feel that great about my body, like I need to like. And so I feel like when I do show them through like my eyes and like through my lens, they're like really surprised, because there is like kind of like this hidden standard that I feel like a lot of Black folks, I mean, feel as great as you should, but I think with beauty there's so much that we feel like we have to do in order to feel that way on a screen or on a like in an image. But I feel like I find joy in just kind of showing someone like how I see them, and like that's also like beauty in a lot of ways as well. But I think.
Is it that the photograph is like a compliment or the photograph is a conversation?
I just feel like a lot. It's hard. People don't really expect, because I feel like, oh, we're doing a photo shoot, and sometimes people will bring like a huge like thing of clothes and like glasses, and I'm like, you're doing like, that's great, like we'll do some that you can like be happy with, but it's like just come as you are, and like I will just put you there, and you don't need all this like Zara stuff or like, or like the hat. I just feel like less is so much more sometimes, and I feel like that surprises people with like that they don't need all that extra stuff. They just need to maybe get off the internet for a few days and like and just be around people who care about them and not what but
Hints from professionals here, people. When you're invited to be photographed,
like a
don't
soft
bring your
read, huh?
entire closet. Don't bust your credit card balance, right? So let's open it up. Some questions that you might want to ask Adrienne and Clifford, and questions that you might be having just as people who might be makers as well. Please.
Hi, I'm Gerald Harris. I'm here spying on you guys from the Commonwealth Club. MoAD and I are good friends. But here's my question is, there's an interesting cross-section between athletics, Black imagery, and power, right? So LeBron James is a billionaire, right? We know that, okay. But there's a guy, you may have never paid attention to, his name is Reggie Bullock. You know who Reggie is? Reggie is a queer NBA player, three-point shooter who plays for the Dallas Mavericks. He has blonde somethings in his hair. I don't know what they are, but it's very interesting, okay? And so what I'm trying to figure out is in terms of Black representation, what's all over the place in terms of cool is defined by Black athletes, largely, right? And then you have the women's NBA, which is full of gay women, Black women, right? So I'm kind of scratching my head about what do we mean we're not being represented when we are the cutting edge of cool. So I'm a little bit confused as to where we are with this whole thing in light of the power that we obviously have. And you got an openly queer NBA player. I'm just confused by the whole thing.
What was the question?
How are we underrepresented? Yeah. I mean, I think
we're not underrepresented.
I'll chime in. Yeah,
we're
I'll
not
chime in.
underrepresented. I can't even see that. We're all over the place.
Yeah.
Rihanna is doing the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, I'll chime in here and say I do agree with you when it comes to coolness and Blackness. Black people invented cool. There is no cool without us, and that's on period. Oh, well, thank you. We're all cool in here. But I think, when speaking to, I think within Black art, obviously, we're very much represented there because we're creating art for ourselves, essentially. But I do think that in the media, even within the fashion industry, obviously in some of these publications and things like that, I think many times it's like, while we may be present in some sort of degree, there is still a large underrepresentation across the board. And while our culture and the coolness may be represented throughout other races or like inspired, it exists very much so.
Where's that man's Nike
Yeah,
campaign?
I've never even heard of it.
Why isn't he not on the cover of Sports Illustrated?
Yeah.
Like that's like the job of those publications. Like there's so many sections where like we can like catapult certain people to like feel seen. Not easier, but just I guess easier. Like I feel like I should have known about
There's
Yeah.
probably several, but are they being celebrated? Are they, like Dennis Rodman was probably like the last person that I'm aware of. Also, I don't watch sports, but it takes a village to like bring those stories to the forefront, and I feel like that's the hard part.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's like, while they may be represented within their sports league or etc., maybe that is to a lot of folks. Like, I agree. I think the research component is extremely important, but I also think on a broader level of these corporations, publications, etc., is to put people in power that are aware of like these artists and these resources and can help facilitate people being hired and discovered, etc. Like, I think it just starts from a higher level also, because there's so many great artists out there who are like killing it, but they're not. It's just their time, quote unquote, if that's how you want to phrase it, just hasn't come. But that's also very subjective because everyone defines that in a different category. But That's
I
really
think it's
interesting.
important too, like if we get hired to shoot something, I'm pitching my roommate who does hair. Like it's like there's a ladder,
Yeah,
and it's
what are
like
your
my
friends?
photo assistant is gonna be my other roommate, cause you know what I mean. Like we can all like build each other up as much as we can in those certain situations, or even stylists or something. Because I feel like photographers are they have a lot of the power on the set, and if
Absolutely.
which I think is really wild, and it's never like I've never wrapped my head around it, but I think we have a lot of agency to put people on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's interesting that you say that because on most sets, like you may have a CD and everyone else an agency, but they're like, Clifford, what do we do? What do we do? Everyone's like deferring to you or to whoever the photographer is for like what's next, which is really interesting. But I don't know. I think putting, I don't really know. I think this is a hard question.
Can I clarify it a little bit?
Yeah.
It could be even as simple as back in the day. You would send postcards, you would send email blasts, and now no one wants to open an email. No one, like their attention span is split. So even just getting in a room with a creative director or an art buyer, it's like how do you get opportunities where these people can meet? Because right now we have great photo meetups or photo walks or different opportunities for us to all listen in. But it's like, are there any creative directors in the room? Are there any art directors in the room? And why aren't they all wanting to hear you guys talk or connect in this way? And to me, like, how do we bridge those gaps so that people can meet each other more organically and like be all in the industry together?
Yeah, I feel like that's really honestly a sign of the times and just post these past couple of years I don't have to even mention. I think, the downside of technology and the upside of technology is the fact that, especially with platforms like Instagram, Twitter, etc., I only have one because I can't do all of the stuff. But in a way, it's like it's been a driving factor in terms of like exposing creatives and like allowing people to find their work, etc. But on that flip side, I think when it comes to social interaction, real life events, just socialization in general and connecting in general, I feel like technology, in a way, I know this wasn't a technology question, but I feel like it has really done us dirty because I feel like people aren't cherishing those one-on-one interactions or those meetups, or everything is just like, oh, I saw it, I scrolled, and next, everything is just very, what would you call it? Not inauthentic, but just not.
It's like instant.
Yeah.
Like, it really.
It's not real. It's not like
if it doesn't
tangible.
happen, it's like it like knocks them off their track a bit. Versus like, I mean, I went out so much in New York, like in Harlem, and just met so many people, like just by living in the moment and just being, but not necessarily like going around. Like, those people who will walk in with like business cards and be like, it's like your energy is doing the exact opposite of what you want. So it's like, I think just sometimes like taking it down and just being present and just being nice.
Yeah, I think
how
so.
Did we get there?
Yeah, for me, like I was really crazy with it. Like before, when I moved to New York, I was like the email queen. I don't care how many times I've sent you the same email, you know who I am. So I also think outreach is a really big deal. Whether it's like doing outreach to clients or someone that you would like to shoot for, or whether it's outreach to certain creative directors. I know there's a lot of agencies here in San Francisco and West Coast in general, maybe facilitating some sort of event to where you can get the photographers or your artists in front of them, but really just outreach sometimes, or sending your own newsletter, like, or whatever that may be. I think that's also a big thing, and I think that's also how I kind of got to where I got, because I was crazy on emails. Like, it was bad, guys.
Thank you.
It was bad but good. Yeah.
Here you are.
Yeah.
Hi. You mentioned that you create for yourself, but how do you determine how to interpret somebody else when they hire you to shoot photography or shoot in a certain direction?
I guess I'm stuck on this one.
You mean more like like style wise, or
Just in general, like when I know you shoot for yourself. You shoot for yourself, of course, but when somebody decides to, hey, I like your work, but I want you to shoot this particular image and we want to go this direction, how is it that you interpret what they're trying to get across?
I think that's a lot of that kind of starts with like pre-production, right? You kind of sit down and sometimes you'll have to make a deck or like your own mood board, and I always try to put my own images like from the past into the newer ideas so that they could see like where I'm at. And sometimes it doesn't work out, but sometimes it's trial and error. But I think that's just best for me, because I don't want to go into a set and have to just do something completely foreign to me. Like that, you should just hire someone else. I mean, you know what I mean?
That part,
It's
yeah.
like, because then, like, I shoot on film and it's like this Canon 81. Like, I don't know how to use like cameras, like even Photoshop. It's like, so that's why I really prioritize just shooting other people's things just the way I know how, so there's no room for there to be like no one's gonna come up to me asking them to like Photoshop something crazy or something, because like I have, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, when it comes to being commissioned for work, I think when I first, became a professional photographer, I think I was so eager to have opportunities. I was like, yes, 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 yes. But over time, especially now, I'm not doing anything if I don't feel like it fits my aesthetic or my style of work, which when working with these larger brands and things, that's something you really have to stand strong upon, because a lot of people will easily try to come in and just say, we want you to do it like you were saying, but it's like, it has to fit. It really has to fit. And I personally just, if it doesn't make sense to me, I'm not doing it. I think from a production standpoint, specifically pre-production, like, I always put together treatments that involve my own work and my own style. And even if I feel like I'm being presented with a project that's not my style, I'm going to make it my style or make suggestions. Because, like you said, the photographers really call the shots on a lot of these productions. So, I think just staying true to yourself. I never do anything that I don't feel like resonates.
And I think that comes into the creative director's hands too. Like, you could have an ad for milk, but they just have a different direction with that certain ad or marketing strategy, and then next year it's a completely different,
But I feel like also, most times when people do reach out to you, they want your specific style and aesthetic. So it's kind of rare that you really have moments where you're like, oh, nah, this is not for me, because they want your specific style. So yeah.
Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left, so we can take at least one more question, maybe even two.
In preparation for a shoot, where do you draw inspiration from? And then also, what has been what has been one of your most memorable shoots?
For me, I grew up very much immersed in like pop culture. My parents were younger, so I grew up watching MTV, BET. I grew up with all the Source, the Vibe magazine, XXL, Jet, Ebony, Essence, you name it, we had it at the house. So for me, I think when it comes to lately, when it comes to like finding inspiration for shoots, I tend to go back to those sort of archives, which I have this crazy Tumblr like with all these amazing images saved from that time period. Also, anything from I do like Pinteresting, or then even just the work of my peers. Like I'll say, we're just admire, and I kind of find or draw inspiration from that, or just day-to-day activities, conversations, etc. What was the other question?
About how you get inspiration.
Oh, yes, yes.
Because it's funny. I remember one of the things you said in your biography was that, you are interested in nostalgia and fantasy, but you want your work to be fresh and contemporary. So to your point about looking back at those mood boards, those tumblers, etc., those are things that are part of your archive, but then you bring in your new taste
a
to
new
it.
flavor to it, yeah. So that's kind of, I'm still a person that tears stuff out of magazines and puts it on the wall, and I'm very much sticking to my 90s root too.
I watch a lot of movies, Tumblr, books, and just I guess being present. Sometimes you'll see something and you can find it really beautiful, and I usually take it, save it, and then we'll try to reimagine it just in my own world with friends or something.
With your shows, Clifford, when you're doing a show for a museum, I think, are you thinking, sometimes your titles sound like memories or like something people say when they're parting. Are those kind of moments also inspirational for what you'll produce for an exhibition?
Yes, and a lot of them are kind of sporadic and feelings. So it'll be kind of out of nowhere that it'll just kind of strike, and then I'll just write it down or something.
It always seems summery and warm, I think, in your photographs. Golden moment.
The LA egg yolk lighting.
One more question, maybe? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Tinashe, and so there's been a common thread throughout the day of a bunch of panelists, artists saying that as creators we're able to have more of our own individual possible creative license behind the images, where there's not as much influence by the brand or by whoever we're creating the client. Do you think that's becoming more so? That's more of a more present reality, like it's becoming more so as we
I think it just depends on the person. Some people really just love cameras and directing or taking the photo, but they don't have not that they don't have the creative drive to do it, but some people are photographers and not artists, right? It's a skill, but you can make it. It's an art form as well. But sometimes you just want to take the photo of, I guess school photos. Do they still do school photos? But those they also have they may be artists and take photos of other things, but sometimes. Or the mall and stuff, there's so many different layers to that. Right?
Absolutely. This is a question about image ownership, licensing. I'm sorry, I could.
Yeah, really, my question I'm confusing, but I'm saying in the past, do you feel like people had less ability, artists had less authorship over their images, and that maybe as we get more into digital mediums and platforms and just the difference in ways in which we're sharing our media, maybe artists are getting more creative license. Oh, there we go. There's my sentence.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now. I do think that definitely artists are getting more creative license in a way, but at the same time, they aren't. I think there's a lot of artists, well, I don't know a lot. I'm not trying to be specific, but I don't really know. I just know there's a lot of instances, especially with younger artists or just artists in general, where they may be afforded opportunities or have, I don't know, what am I trying to say? It's people create stuff, but they don't own it. These
numbers too.
buy this shit and then they don't
if
own
there's
it
a
anymore.
person, if there's a person who's on Instagram and they're making images this particular way and they have 3 million followers. Just not, a company's not gonna approach them and be like, do something different. Like, they want you to do it because you have all those followers. And you're gonna just, they're gonna like, right? Is that how, I mean, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but there's something else I'm trying to say, like where.
It's that time of day.
It's, yeah, I don't really know how to word it, because this is a big conversation, I think, especially when doing these big shoots, licensing and ownership, between the artists and whoever's commissioning the work. But my brain, honestly, guys, it's been a lot for weeks.
It feels a little bit like it's connected to the earlier question around what happens to the work after it's out of your hands.
Oh,
So
right.
if it's your creative process, it's you, they've selected you to do it because of your style. However, it's sort of like when I hear a New Order song for a car commercial, and I'm like, a kid of the 90s, I'm like, what is this? Like, we were smoking clove cigarettes, and this was never going to happen. And so that's sort of a sense that I'm getting maybe out of your question. Like, it's two different things. It's yes, it might have your aesthetic, but it still can have an afterlife that's not necessarily what you had planned for it.
Yeah, and I think more artists, I guess what I'm trying to say is sometimes that afterlife, after you've created it, is not properly conveyed to the artist. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So in some ways, if you don't have knowledge of how your work is being used or someone to speak or review things for you, sometimes, what am I trying to say? You get what I'm trying to say, right?
I get what you're trying to
You
say.
kind of get taken advantage of.
Yeah,
basically,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, basically, you get what she said.
Well, we don't want anybody taken advantage of. So maybe this is a time to close out the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us today. I hope these conversations continue just past this event and that we don't stop. I'm going to let you know that everyone who registered, please be on the lookout in your email for a survey. We want to hear from you about this event, what was great. We also want to hear if you think there's anything that needs to be changed. We are open to continually grow. I also want to, how do I go forward? You want this? Yes. I want to let everyone